Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host for this evening, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And so this is Christmas Eve and almost Christmas, at least on the East Coast of North America. Hey, Pearl, how are you? And in these days and times, for myself, I just, you know, asking somebody to have a Merry Christmas when they just might be in the doldrums seems a little counterproductive to me. But I wish everybody a happy holidays or whatever. But the old days of Christmas in the 50s and 60s when I was growing up, and even through the 70s, is just not the same as what we have now. And so this particular video is, eating pizza for Christmas. Just have fun because there are so many people that are somehow they're displaced. The traditional family isn't around, and you know, kids are away or passed away, or God knows there's so much, weirdness going on these days. So I was sitting there having pizza with my good friend Duggar, my dog, you know, and he was okay for the first couple of times, but on the third piece that I gave him, he was like onion. He separated everything. Hey, Jody, Merry Christmas to you. I will say Merry Christmas, but there's so much discord. It just anyway. But Merry Christmas, okay? I'm just gonna go along with it, and the heck with it. I'm old enough I can be traditional. I mean no offense to this, but screw everybody else. No, I don't mean that. Uh, I was thinking earlier, it's like in these days and times, um, you know, in these days and times, what must it be like at the North Pole? So hang on. Probably going to be a little bit of weirdness tonight, but I was thinking about the North Pole, right? So, and here's Sanity Claus and Mama Sanity Claus, and they're trying to get all their stuff ready because tonight is that big night when they go flying around. And I was thinking, with so many countries and everything on lockdown and everything, is Santa Claus going to be able to get by without a mask? Does Santa have to have on his sleigh? I've had my shots, but but the thing is that there's a lot of issues with Rudolph and his red nose. Okay, there are a lot of people that claim that Rudolph is drunk and ain't got no business driving, being out in front of the sleigh. Hey, Robert, how are you? So, and happy holidays to everybody who might watch this later on, but or who comes in tonight. But anyway, so um, I was thinking, it must be hell up, at the North Pole, trying to get everything ready, and there are so many rules and regulations, that Santa has to have his sleigh stamped for every country that he flies in, and with all the UFO activity around there, he's got special blinkers so the Army and the Navy and the Air Force don't mistake him for a UFO and shoot his ass down. I mean, could you imagine poor old Santa Claus hanging, and these little reindeers all, slaughtered to death with machine gun fire or something, or a tomahawk missile blows them out of the sky, Merry Christmas, Santa, F you, Okay, okay. But in this day and time, it's like, wait a minute, Santa ain't going if you haven't had your shots. Now, I was expecting something like that this year. I didn't see it. I'm going to say it now that it's almost here. But Santa Claus ain't coming to your house. Why? Because you ain't had no shots. What? He won't even give you a lump of coal. Coal's against the environment. He ain't gonna bring you no, and if you thought you was gonna get a plastic toy, well, that ain't happening neither, because Santa's trying to be eco-friendly. They try to shoot him out of the sky, because one of his reindeers pooped on the White House. Wait, that wasn't a reindeer. That was somebody else. But we'll we'll leave it at that. No, I just put a sign out, that just waves Santa on by. Nah, don't even bother. Just keep going. It's okay. Just don't bother. I'm cool. I'm groovy. Insanity Claus needs to spend his energy on them chillins, and them folks who are really depressed. Now I got to say, oh, only 836 a second. Now that is some traveling. Nightmare Before Christmas. Jack Skelton was shot down by the military. Right. I had a really cute story that I was going to relate to y'all last night. It was the elf who lost Christmas. And I just got tired and fell asleep, quite frankly. But I had a good night's sleep, So, but anyway, I was thinking, poor old Sanity Claus up there, and he's hired, he's had difficulties getting help, because of the COVID thing, and everybody's down, and Santa Claus is behind, you know, and so the way Santa does it, or it used to be that it was just a leisurely fly in with his magical Santa Claus suit and his sleigh every Christmas, and but lately Santa has had to go into the quantum realm. Y'all hear me? So he's using quantum particles to deliver packages this year. And unlike UPS, who leaves my packages at the neighbors, Insanity Claus has this thing going for him where he can just like bing and down that chimney, whatever it is goes. Now, if he ain't got no chimney, like a lot of folks, they ain't got no chimneys, So in order to watch the fire, they turn on the Yule log on the TV. Now, I'm sorry. If you have to burn a Yule log on your TV to get into the Christmas spirit, I'm sorry, you light some incense and go outside. You have to turn the TV on to the Yule log. Can you smell the smoke from it? I mean, do you get any heat from that thing? I just like, oh yeah, we love sitting and watching the fire on your TV. Oh yeah, the Yule log. It's one of our favorites. I'm, I'm sorry, but seriously, that you put that Yule log on your TV and everybody will feel like it's Christmas. Okay, such is the digital age, right? Oh, we got 2 minutes before the 20. You're on call, but be safe, Robert. We love you. Thank you for what you do, and God bless you. Thank you, and I love you, brother. Be safe, okay? Actually, I love y'all, not just Robert, but you know, with the shows that we do and stuff. And he sent me some absolutely wonderful gifts. Barry, Barry's in the house, everybody. Poor guy. I had texted him or called him like 3 or 4 times the other day because I was having issues with my cell phone, and I didn't. I wanted to call somebody, and hell, I was like, no offense, Barry, I love you, but I was like, I was thinking maybe there was somebody close in the neighborhood or something. And here's the weird thing: I could have called myself. I could have called the house phone. So but I called Barry 3 or 4 times, and he was like, "What?" He just hung up, and he called me back. What's the deal? I was like, "Well, you were the only person I could think of at the time that wouldn't be bothered if I called you and hung up, because I was just trying to see if the phone would dial out." Hey, Niles, how are you? And apologies for the past. Thank you. Now, are you doing better? Weren't you in some like a bunch of a lot of pain? Something? Did I or am I got that wrong? But happy holidays, everybody. I have been the untraditionalist for the last quite a few years. And people say, well, you're just being Scrooge. And no, wait, well, just hang on. I played Scrooge in a play 2 years in a row. And then I really got into the character of Scrooge. And no, I'm not a Scrooge, okay? Um, but for me and myself, and of course I got Duggar, why should I get in a tizzy about a Christmas tree and stuff? And I just the tinsel and all that. I'll come to your house and sit, but it just no, I just no. And I don't mean that to be negative. I still like Christmas lights, just not me. Oh, but you're just being a Scrooge. No, I'm not being a Scrooge. I just don't see the point for me personally. And my Christmas trees, I have several very large evergreen trees on my property. And the last time I bought a Christmas tree is one of the trees that's in my yard because I bought a live one, decorated it, and then planted it in my yard. And I have three very large trees. I mean, they're like 30 feet tall trees. And so every day is Christmas to me because those three trees have provided me with evergreen trees all over my property. And so I walk up the driveway and there's an offspring from one of those trees. Walk through the woods, there's another one. And so Christmas for me is kind of sort of like every day in that respect for me. So one day a year, is it special? Okay, you know, Um, but I mean no harm. There are people that I have given gifts to. There are people who've sent me gifts. My sister sent cookies and stuff, and a couple of really nice books too. Um, in by UPS, and it got delivered. It got delivered. It got delivered. It got delivered at my neighbor's, and I didn't know it was there for a week until the neighbor brought it down last Friday, I think it was. So, but anyway, Christmas has been really odd this year. Not bad, just odd, not traditional in any way. Um, yeah, I would agree with you about the reflections there now. For me, because what I was thinking of, for Christmas, I think I got a present. I don't know if y'all can see it. Oh, Mary Wins. Hi, how are you? Did I miss anybody? Robert melted the Grinch's heart. You know, you're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You're slimy and be told. Yeah, I sang that one year at Christmas thing. I had a lot of fun singing it too. It was great. But the missing brother from my family that was adopted out after my sister and I were adopted by my uncle Arnie, and then the rest of the kids were by one father. And so Dennis slash Mike, anyway, when we were in Ohio, his wife took pictures of all of us, and we were all hugging and doing and taking. But she had the picture of all of us. So since the middle of the summer, I was like, I'm sure they got them things developed. I wonder if maybe I should just, get in touch with them and just send me, you know, the picture in an email, and I'll blow it up or whatever, right? But for Christmas, the other day in my mailbox was this lovely box with a very large, full blowed up picture of all the brothers and sisters. And I was like, now that of all the things that I like really wanted for Christmas, I got that picture of us. So I thought it was, for me, Christmas thumbs up. I got the picture from my family, and tomorrow I'm going to bug them and call them and say hi to everybody. But the ghost of Christmas, the ghost of Christmas past. When I played Scrooge, I'm getting into his character, and I rewrote the story for and turned it into a play, and we performed it in Thomasville. But in getting into um, Scrooge's head. And not just Scrooge, but the guy that wrote Scrooge, right? So I'm thinking Victorian and grumbly and all this other kind of stuff. And so getting into this character, and it was like all of the things in his life had turned Ebenezer. Ebenezer Scrooge, wake up, you old fool! Ebenezer, what is it? What? Who are you? I'm the ghost of Christmas past, of your past, Ebenezer. And so Ebenezer is like, what? So in his past, he travels back to his childhood. And there were times when he really had a good time, and he had a girlfriend, little Miss Sally, and there was all these things. So his heart wasn't always cold, you know. So you think, well, Ebenezer, he was just a mean old nasty. No, but he really wasn't. He was a kind-hearted soul whose heart had turned cold. And so it was difficult, for me to like get into that because I've always liked Christmas. Every Christmas, I would um, donate my time and do puppet shows for folks for Christmas. And one of the stories I would tell would be a puppet version of, the Ebenezer Scrooge, and laughing and stuff, but it's still the story, right? So, but Ebenezer, he's like, wow, bah humbug, go away, right? So, but in this, I find there are times when, you try not to be a Grinch, you try not to be Ebenezer, but there are other folks or things or stuff that kind of, like for me, wanting to give a free puppet show to somebody. Well, you have to have $1 million worth of, no fault insurance. What? Yeah. Now, in a lot of places, if I want to perform somewhere, even for free, doesn't matter, I have to have $1 million worth of insurance in case one of the kids runs into the puppet thing and puts his eye out or something. Oh, it is time. I filled up my bowl while I was talking, so I missed it, didn't I? Oh, only a few minutes. Okay. I took my glasses off. Cheers, everybody. Honestly, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, happy. Just look, if it isn't traditional, don't sweat it. Honestly, I'm having pizza for Christmas, and I'm not joking. Um, a large, veggie lovers pan pizza or deep dish or whatever that is, with extra cheese and pineapple. Yum, yum. I've been wanting it for so long. And I went into town. I got my truck running long enough to go into town, exchange the parts. I put it on. I was like, please, Jesus, smile down upon poor old Dave here. Let my truck run, right? And so, oh, if you hadn't noticed, if you didn't know, since maybe I've talked to you last, I got this brand new part, put it on, right? And it was the first brand new part because my truck was acting up and I kind of sort of figured it was that, right? So I put the new part on, a MAF sensor, okay? Massive airflow. Put it on, the truck ran, everything was good, cleaned it up, fixed another thing, put another one on. And then one day I went out there and the truck would not start. Okay. So I have been through a lot of stuff, but I got a code reader, checked the truck, and it says, guess what? The other day when I hooked it up last week, um, bad MAP sensor. Well, it's a brand new one, right? So I take it off. Okay. And I go to put the old one back on because it was running just a little bit. It took me 3 days to find that thing. Duggar had knocked it off this little shelf over by the door. And come in the house and in the box and put it down. And I couldn't find it anywhere. And then I was outside and I looked up at the sky and I said, please, I don't ask for much, but y'all help me. I need to find that part. I want my truck running, So I walked in the house and at this right angle, there it was sitting on the floor next to the bottom of this plant. So anyway, so I go into town today, buy the new part, exchange it, go out in the parking lot, put it on, and the truck won't start. So I go in and I get the manager. I said, you got to see this, Christmas Eve, I'm out in the parking lot of the Advance Auto, going, I don't know if I can get home. Well, what do you mean? I said, I barely made it to town. And I said, this thing, the brand new piece, now he's got two brand new parts, the one I brought back and the new one he had for me. Neither one of them work. So I put my old one back on and thank you, Jesus, limped home after getting pizza, though. So, but anyway, so I should be like really fuming and like cussing and everything. And I looked at the guy behind the counter and his face was sort of in a scowl because now he's got two of these things he's got to fill out the paperwork to return, right? And I looked at him, I said, friend, I said, I'm probably more PO'd about this than you are. And he looked up and he smiled and he goes, I bet you are, you know. So, but anyway, why I'm in such a good mood after not really having any. My luck is that I made it to town and back, even though the new part, and even though I got to go back, and even though my situation is still like up in the air. Don't care. Why? Because I'm just going to have fun. I got pizza. You know what I mean? So, cheers, everybody. Happy holidays. Make the best of it. Ain't no sense in being depressed or kicking the floor. I wanted to do some things if my truck would run this weekend. Can't do it. It's okay. Maybe God just wanted me to stay home. I don't know. I'll let you know. Woo! Oh my goodness, that was good. Sunday driver. Hey, did anybody else come in? Mary, I hope you're doing well. Richard, how are you? Oh, Cosmic Conscious. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Howdy, howdy. Okay. Yeah, squint my eyes just right. I can see. I can see y'all. It was. We didn't get quite enough sunshine today to warm up the house enough, but so I turned on this little heater for a little while, and it's quite toasty in here now. I've got chicken curry for Christmas dinner. Wow. Me personally, I've never really liked curry of anything. Just not fond of it. But folks who do, you all eat you can have my portion too. But I was thinking about Insanity Claus and all the stuff going on and all the toys and the thises and the thatses, And well, we've got to get presents for everybody. And what about Aunt Janet? So we didn't get. Did anybody get her a present? Well, no. Well, she's senile, blind, and can't hear. So is Aunt Janet going to mind? But no, that's not the point. So there are some folks, and I mean this honestly. God bless them. Okay, they want to make sure that everybody has a present, or that everybody got a Christmas card. And I used to have enough brain power to be able to do that sort of thing. And I'm hopefully I will be awake tomorrow so I can call and and aggravate my relatives and friends and go Merry Christmas. I just wanted to call and tell you that I love you. And have a great day, and have a good year. But back to sort of Niall's point about what I was thinking about was one of the best, simplest things for Christmas. Okay. Now, one could say, well, this is sort of leading up to the new year. Okay. Well, Christmas, ain't it always close to the new year? Just saying. Did somebody change that and we didn't know? But anyway, but that forgiveness, the gift of forgiveness. What you might say, and that would be true. But say you got in an argument with a friend this year, okay, or maybe years ago, and you regretted it. You haven't called them or whatever, or maybe you're still mad at them, or okay. But to the point that the best gift that you could give anyone, especially if they harmed you in some way, would be to forgive them. Now, how about that one? Merry Christmas. Forgive someone this year. Okay. The other thing is forgive yourself for being a dutz. I know I have done some dutsy things this year and in previous years. As I've talked about before, we can't take this stuff with us into the next year. We cannot drag any of this negative energy from this year into the next. We got to leave it here. So, the best Christmas present for you and for me and for everybody is that, no offense, but leave your shit behind. You know what I mean? So, if you've got something negative or whatever, give the gift of forgiveness and maybe forgetfulness, or just forget about it, and leave it, because that'll be the best present for you, your friends, your family. Because if you forgive yourself for whatever dutsy things you might have done, um, for maybe not being aware when you should have, and you're kind of carrying a little bit of guilt, nah, 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 nah. Our Christmas present to each other, to ourselves, and to the world and to the universe is to, leave that. Our Christmas present is just for all those who've harmed me or wished me harm this year. I forgive you. For I forgive myself for some of the ditzy things that I did to myself this year. Okay, nobody's fault but my own. And so, cosmic hugs right back at you, Pearl. It's an English thing, Curry. Oh, not. I don't know if it's just English. I know some folks over here that like things curry, but I just never have liked it. I don't. I don't care where it comes from. I mean, there are people around here that want me to eat turnips, and I still don't eat turnips or rutabagas. Sorry, don't care where they come from. Just they're not in my vocabulary. Um, but I wish somebody would slide an honest to God good sweet potato pie my way. In my local store. Now, I don't go to the big box stores. I haven't been to one to buy groceries, God, in almost 3 years. Okay. I get most of everything that I need from my local store. Oh, I picked up two T-bone steaks yesterday for $9. I mean, they're beautiful. They're this thick, they're marbled well, and Duggar's going to have some nice pieces of fat and two great big T-bones to gnaw on and chew on. Oh my goodness, right? So, what are we having for supper tomorrow night? T-bone, you know, called black garlic cookies. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have a friend of mine from England who there's some kind of thing, and Richard, I'm somehow you're in the UK. You're not in. I don't know the UK enough. I want to. I kept wanting to think that uh, you were further up towards Scotland or something, or maybe there's somebody else that's up that way. I'm not sure. Anyway, I was just curious. I didn't want. In my brain, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't thinking that you were in somebody else. Never mind. I'm crazy. I had to survive eating turnips. Yep. But anyway, so I think that um, I've been very interested this last week or so, last 10 days maybe, and looking at some of the what folks are talking about and that kind of thing. And of course, they're talking about the big Christmas portal and the Christmas energy and the Christmas this. And oh my God, would you just please stop it already? Just say, hey, we're all going to get together. We're going to smoke one, and we're going to send out love and joy to the universe, regardless of what day it is or what the portal or whatever just we're just going to pick a time. We're all going to get together. Hey, let's light it up and put our prayers on the smoke, you know? So, but anyway, I'm impressed, honestly, with some of these folks who don't normally talk about stuff. They're always like kind of sort of on the downside. No, you're in about 60 miles from London. That's right, Bedfordshire. Right. That that name came up some recently, and I don't. Maybe it was you, but um, wow, that's weird. I think you put it in the chat before, Richard. Thank you. That's um, I don't. I love looking at countries and geography. I always did, and now with Google Earth and stuff, I love just picking a spot and just going to see what's around there. I found some very interesting things in my own neighborhood I didn't know about, kind of thing. But like sinkholes and lime sinks, and I already know there are caves around here. Really? Well, then I'm Bedfordshire. I was like, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Really? You've never? Oh wow. Well, somewhere there's a synchronicity, Richard. That's because I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. It's too familiar to me. Anyway, that's an odd one. So I'm still thinking about Insanity Claus up there, and Mrs. Claus going, now put your mittens on. Well, I got my thermal underwear on. Don't worry about it, honey. And Rudolph, quit clicking your teeth. You're gonna wear your teeth down to the gums. Okay, Grandma. Um, but I've often honestly wondered how high is Santa Claus when he flies high, and is he high enough to where when the reindeers poop, um, does it turn into poop sickles as it drops to the sky? Does it turn into that blue ice? Like, what's that? Oh, that's a turd. Where? It's Santa Claus's. What? No, it's one of his reindeers. Well, I don't know. Santa Claus might be, popping a turd out too. I'm not quite sure. But hey, Sandy, is that you squeezing one out? No, that's one of his reindeers. But that's why it's Insanity Claus. Because it's insanity to try to keep up with the clause. And there ought to be, there's probably an insanity clause in my personal soul contract. I've been looking for it for a while. I tried to use it several times, and cashing it in means death. So if you got an insanity clause in your personal contract, be careful. You might want to read the fine print. But anyway, so for Christmas, New Year's, um, do what you can do for other folks. Have a kind thought. I was, Lord have mercy, listening to some folks. I'll just put it that way. Three kind of sort of different families. And anyway, they're just bitching. Well, we got to get together. It's Christmas Eve. And I'm like, dude, man, I would love to have a family to be able to go sit with on Christmas Eve. I mean, people call me a Scrooge, but I ain't got nowhere to go. I mean, I don't have a family. I never did have a lot of family here. They're all up in Ohio or down in Florida. And so, and my dear friend Marcia is gone this Christmas. And we used to do things around Christmas, and a couple of other of my friends who passed on. So I'm getting to that age where I'm just damn glad I'm here. But there are folks who are younger than me who are like bitching because they gotta go to with the family. We gotta sit around. Are you gonna eat? Yeah. And the nephews and the grandkids and the kids are there. And I'm glad I'm here because of the kids. Then quit bitching. Well, but if you'd stop being mamby pamby and just drop that attitude and say, you know, look, I will trade with you. Okay. Whatever you think you got issues with, trade with me. I would love to go hang out with your family and have quote that kind of Christmas spirit. You know, what if you didn't have them? Well, I know I shouldn't act like this or whatever. Please. you know. But there are a lot of grumpy folk that feel that they have to do it on Christmas. Well, Christmas Eve or whatever, and tradition is just out the window. I think the tradition is now to have no tradition, you know? What? Yeah, there is no tradition. Oh, well, the one of the funny things back in the day, and maybe they still do it, but having had a lot of friends down in Thomasville and in this area, and several of my dear friends that are passed now, they're Jewish, and so for Christmas they'd go eat Chinese. What? Yeah, they wouldn't do a big Christmas thing and all this and the turkey and all that. They went and ate Chinese. And people were like, "What?" And so there was a couple of Christmases I was in town and would go and visit folks and stop by and drop off little presents or happy wishes or whatever. And so I went by Ron and Deb's house, and they were like, "Oh, look, we're going out for Christmas dinner." And I was like, "Yeah, where you going?" Hong Yips. And I said, "You're eating Chinese?" "Oh, hell yeah." So we went and Hong Yips. I don't know if they're still there, but oh my God, one of the best Chinese restaurants. I mean, I have traveled around and these folks, I hope they're still in business. Um, but so, Susie Q, how are you? So, Richard, I'm looking at the chat, and I know you've never told me that before, but Bedfordshire, I swear to goodness, maybe you were thinking it and I picked it up one night. I mean, I'm like really weirding out on that. Hey, Susie Q, how are you? So, but went to Hong Yips down there in Thomasville, and the place was packed on Christmas. I was like, what? So all these folks who are into these traditional dinners and traditions and all that kind of stuff, Hong Yip's Chinese restaurant, they're good anyway, but man, the place was packed. I was like, Merry Christmas, everybody. And they, oh, Merry Christmas to you too. Very nice people. I don't mean to mock them. I don't. But one of the family members is, he talked like this. Right? I mean, he really does. He's the epitome of what they say. Oh, don't make fun of them folks, but that's exactly how he sounds. Oh, you make fun of me. No, I'm trying to mimic you, not copy you, or I'm trying to sound like you because you actually, honest to God, sound like this. Oh, you make fun of me. No, I'm just trying to get, I'm hearing your voice in my head. It's what I've done for a long time. But anyway, so Hero Ruzy Roo. Oh, Hero to P. I need to take another one. Okay. I hope you all are having fun. I was just like, well, it's Christmas Eve. I don't want to watch the Catholic Mass on TV. I'm really, I can sing my own Christmas carols, but Carol's not here. Never mind. So there's going to be a lot of craze. I'm in one of them moods. Hey, Bob. We got to thank Bob and the internet and YouTube and all these folks that, you know, have a tendency to give us issues. Um, oh, by the way, you know, it's December and we're going into the new year and everybody's talking about the 12/21 and the portal and Christmas and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Well, in my last little ET sort of update, I think they were talking like March for events and things to happen. Well, the latest update that it could be as soon as February that there are going to be some like grand changes. And that whatever these energy waves are going to be here shortly. Oh, really? Okay. Now, I spoke about this the other night, I think. But if not, I might have been talking to Barry about this, maybe. But anyway, they're very adamant that it's like coming, like not next year or whatever. No, it's like before the end of March, and maybe even like at the beginning of March or the end of February, that this energy wave is going to come and hit us, right? And now there are varying degrees of how it's going to change us, but it's going to modify everything on the planet. Ain't nothing going to get away from it, okay? But the whole solar system is going to get this, okay? So they're suggesting that people will not be quite as crazy. I mean, quite as hyper, that they're going to like have an awakening of sorts, but not such that it will drive them crazy. But in the long run, it's going to drive them crazy because if ET really does show up this time, and it seems like, and there's a lot of other stuff going around, like they might actually, land somewhere in the open this time. We'll see. But that these energy waves are going to start adapting us for the fourth dimension so we can get to the fifth dimension because we are headed that direction. But the whole planet is. Well, now I agree with a lot of the feelings like Mother Earth is going through changes. We've all talked about this. Now, how much ET's involved or how much this is going to happen, I don't know. But I've seen and heard some stuff myself. And I've been watching a lot of different channels over the years. And there seems to be a convergence this time of folks talking about things, and I don't necessarily think they know each other. So here's this person way over here talking about it, and here's somebody way over here talking about it, and then there are folks like me. But it's very interesting. So I we all can feel something coming. I don't think it's bad. I think it's going to be dang interesting. I think there's going to be some people who are going to freak out because if they start like if they there are so many people now that are getting it. They're just not buying some of this new fear porn and all this other stuff. They just ain't going there. Folks making jokes about, you know, I'm going to grandma's house and damned if I'm going to wear a mask, or blah, blah, blah. And so listening to some of the people in the stores and stuff, and just kind of chatting up and hinting about something, and was in the store yesterday and chatting with a couple little kids in the standing there talking about grandma got me a bicycle for Christmas. I already see it. And I was just messing with a couple of it was a black family, a couple of young black boys. Just as cute as they could be. And I just kept, well, Christmas time, what you gonna do? Blah blah blah. While I was getting my checking out. Hey project, how are you? But so with this idea though that there's happiness, they weren't scared of masks and diseases, and what I mean. There was that they were happy, they were joyful kids. Couldn't the time grandma got me a bicycle and we're gonna do this and tomorrow when grandma and I was like, there you go. The joy of a child that isn't necessarily stupid or misinformed. He's just a child. He doesn't know any that there are people out there that are trying to sell that the world is going to come to an end in the next 24 hours or something. They ain't aware of it. So what do they have? Pure joy, fun, despite what it is, right? Pure joy and fun. So for Christmas, that's what I'm hoping everybody can find is just find some fun, find some joy. And if it's, sitting in your underwear, eating pickles and ice cream, don't care. If it's fun and you're having a good time, God bless you. Merry Christmas. And I honestly mean that. But for those folks who are being led to believe by all those old holiday classics, Miracle on 34th Street and all that, or is it 39th Street? I don't know. It is 34th and 39th. Are they like a couple of blocks away from each other? Just anyway, so they won't know, right? But it's very nostalgic. And that nostalgia, although it's fun to watch, will also play on certain people's, feelings. It's happened to me because I'm speaking about this, out of experience, but, I can watch him down and go, uh, Jimmy Stewart was great. The acting and the photography and, and Clarence getting his wings and the story and the bell ringing and, great. But when we watch it now at this time of the year, for those folks at Christmas who don't have that, and it gnaws at them, and they're lonely, and it just adds to it. It's like, then please don't watch it. If you think it's going to put you in a bad mood, watch the Three Stooges. uh, do something else. Not that it isn't a great movie or that whatever, but there are those folks who kind of bring upon their own pain at Christmas time. I used to do it. So, but they'll watch this movie knowing in their hearts it's going to make it, so they're going to cry at the end. Knowing that, so please don't do it. Oh, but it's so good. Then watch it after the new year. Well, then it won't be Christmas time, but it's still a movie, and you can, watch these things from for free on the internet now. I mean, so if the Miracle of 34th Street is going to give you tears, then wait till after Christmas. I'm just saying, but to find something joyful, find something that will please Lord Jesus. I do mean this, bring happiness to folks. All them Christian folks out there, all the Catholics who are kneeling and praying before the manger and all that kind of stuff. I love you all. I do. This is a very special time of the year for, Christians, but Catholics, when I was I used to be an altar boy for midnight mass. So right about, right about now, I'd be getting to the church and getting ready, right? Getting the incense burning and talking to the priest and who's going to be there and who's going to do what for the procession and whatever, right? And earlier on, I was in the choir for midnight mass at our parish. So, and really like the tradition, the songs, the feeling that, our choir, we were pretty dang good. I mean, we really did sound good, and we tore up some songs. And um, to be in a chorus, in a choral group, and when everybody hits those notes just right, I've talked about this before, the hair on your arm stands up. And for those folks who have never sang in a chorus or a choir or anything like that, when everybody is in sync, it's amazing, So, which it's one of those things that if you've been in a choir or a band or an orchestra or something like that, but a choir, I'm just going to use that because it's all vocal. It's not any, the instrument is you. So you tune your pitch, your volume, and you're trying to make it sound right with everybody around you. You know what I mean? Um, that the energy that is felt among the members of the chorus, um, it's a shared energy that is hard to explain. And if you've never sang in a chorus, now if you sing in church and there's a bunch of people and they're all singing hallelujah and they're meaning it, and that you can feel that vibe. That's why church feels so good to people. One of my brothers, he loves to go to church for the singing and the get-togethers, right? Uh, and he's a decent person. I mean, uh, He's a good person, but I say decent. I mean, there are people who try to rob and cheat. No, he's a decent guy, right? So I'm not against Christianity. I'm not against Christians. I'm not against the idea of churches. If y'all understand what you're going for, and if you're going to help other people, and if you're going for the fellowship of with each other with a common goal in mind, I'm all for that. Especially when it's good. So yeah, I loved. You've heard me break out into old gospels. I moderated a Christmas music channel today. Wow. Oh, that sounds great, Susie. Honestly, I had a couple of things planned in my head for what I might do like tonight or overnight, and then there's always tomorrow. But um, depending on how things go, I don't know. Somebody might show up or something. I don't know. But at the moment, me and Doug are going to be here at the house, and it's supposed to be a fairly nice day down here tomorrow. So be outside if anything, and not be inside and be gloomy. You know what I mean? Or I can't be with my family on Christmas. Well, I can't be with my family on a lot of days. Why should Christmas be any different? I love you all days. So you're always in my heart. So this idea that one day a year is somehow going to depress me if I can't be with y'all. I just no, can't do it. No, no. And that I don't mean to be sound grinchy. That ain't it. Um, that's why I'm here on Christmas Eve, in case anybody's out there in our group that ain't doing nothing, wants to just come and hang out and uh, here we go. But I want to do 8 hours. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do miss singing, Christmas carols because that's one of the things that I volunteered for around Christmas time. The people in Thomasville and other places, carolers and whatever, I would throw my hat in and they say, Dave, we're going to be doing caroling. You in? Yep. Raise your hand. Right. And so, especially with a good group of people. So I do miss that. Um, Being here at home and with just the dog because he just doesn't sing m- much. Uh, he can carry it too, usually in a bucket, but but um, well, I don't know. Who knows what'll come to mind? It's only 11:02 p.m. on Christmas Eve, 2021, and for those folks who may come in, um, I how do I put this? To say that I've prayed extra hard or sent out extra energy, I don't know. Poor Duggar. Yeah, it does feel good to lift people up, doesn't it? So poor Duggar. Uh, Susie, did you know about Duggar and the harmonicas? Were you around during that? I was playing my harmonicas and he started howling. He looks at me with like great pain. I haven't been able to play my new harmonicas much because it literally pains him for me to play them. The pitch or whatever is like, oh yeah, I was showing off one night. Look, I got it was around my birthday in September, right? And so I was playing the harp and Duggar goes off. Oh, oh, it was all I could do to even put my lips on the harmonica. It was Richard. It really was funny, but y'all didn't see his face. He was looking at me like, "Please don't do it again. Please don't do that again. Please don't do that again." And so, but I love my brother, uh, Duggar. I do. And I bought him a Nerf football yesterday for Christmas. I don't have a tree and I don't have a bow, but I bought Doug a Christmas present. So, not, uh, but anyway, oh, goodness gracious me. Uh, I can remember a few years back to where this time of year just really freaking depressed me, because as much as I wanted to have a family, as much, well, come out to the house and we'll do it, or even get invited over to somebody else's house because the families have passed on or moved. A lot of folks I've known have passed on. And so, and then a lot of folks just, it's Christmas time, big deal. And they got a little plastic tree on a table, and a thing and Christmas lights hanging, and, okay. And that's it. And, we used to do the tinsel and the thing, and we really did Christmas up right because it was fun. Why'd you do it? Because it's fun and you could only do it once a year. It's sort of like Halloween. You know, um, none none of us growing up thought about anything. Witches and goblins and ghouls were on black and white movies, okay, because that's all we had back in the day. So it was the old Dracula movie, which is, Bela Lugosi, which to me is still the one. Uh, and the old Frankenstein and the old Wolfman, uh, you know, those were our scary stories. The original Mummy with Boris Karloff, and trust me, there were times when there were things about the Mummy that terrified me. Uh, just left the UK. He he better haul more than these balls. But anyway, I'm sorry. Oh golly Moses. Um, I wonder if the reindeer have been clipped. Or I wonder if they're, never mind. No, don't even get me started, please, Lord. I I promised I was going to try to not. Sometimes my brain gets bizarro, as you all probably know. I was going to email you today. I love you, Chloe. But to all y'all, I mean, I was going through emails and stuff, and if I stop and say something to somebody here and there, I get lost, right? So my usual thing is to run down through emails and make sure that, oh yeah, she said, oh yeah, he did. Okay, all right. Because there are parts of my brain that are just like, what? But here's the thing that maybe it's the time of year. I don't know. Um, I don't think it's because it's Christmas though, is what I was kind of going through yesterday and today. And I'm thinking about you all just different ways, and in that, because I don't really know you personally, right? Susie or Barry, I'm Barry and I talk on the phone. I don't think I've ever talked to Susie on the phone, or Chloe, or Project, but there's a few of you I've talked to on the phone, so I've got a voice connection. You know what I mean? So when I see you typing, I can kind of hear Barry. You know what I mean? But anyway, my point is that I don't know you, but I still feel like I know you, right? And so uh, it's really hard for me to explain this. Let me let me have a lap my bowl a minute and ponder this. It's all good. It may be the energy of the universe that's kind of wiggled my DNA or something. I don't know. Maybe it's the card readings that I've done for y'all. Oh, and by the way, my Christmas present to y'all. Y'all go. I hope this will make you giggle. But I was going to put in the title of the for the video, free free card readings for Christmas. I've never charged for one, right? But for, I want to put free card readings for Christmas, you know, and put it in the title just to see, like free. Y'all know I've never charged for a card reading, but in my silliness, I was like, not that I'm trying to draw a crowd. Those who show up do. Uh, I love our family, and but I was like, free card readings, Christmas special. Anyway, I hope you get a kick out of it. It's funnier than hell to me. Wee, that was a good one. Because y'all know me, right? But for me to put something like, you, I read so many titles, right, on YouTube and other venues and stuff, because that's my job as a watchman. It's probably one of the reasons why my brain's so fried. I've watched all these titles and things and stuff, and but there are folks who, God love them, that do readings for people and stuff, and they charge. Not, I don't have a problem with that. But they'll put on their channel or something, free card readings. I was like, that's what I should do. Free card readings for Christmas. And then ask for donations at the end. I'm like, well, okay, I did that reading. Did it work for you? Okay, that'll be $10. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I swear to God, I'm kidding. Oh, but Merry Christmas, everybody. Free card reading now. Did your reading work out for you? Yeah, Dave. Thank you, Hawkeye. Okay, now I'm going to guilt you to death, because if you don't send me $15.95 in the mail, you feel bad all the way into the new year. I'm sorry. Okie doke. Oh, it's Travis in. I never charge for them, Richard. I never charge for them. That's my point. But anyway, for those folks who do out there, I know they need to make money or whatever, and I have been there, but by the grace of God in my stupidity, I was talking with a lady, one of the stores or something. I was like, she says something about, it seems like you've had some rough times, and may God bless you. And I said, God and the angels, I'll tell you what, because I wouldn't be here if it weren't for my guardian angels. They somebody has had to be looking out after my nappy ass. And do I kneel down and worship them? No, but I will damn sure bow and honor them. I'm always like, oh, thank you, God. Oh my, oh, thank you. you know. So, which was seems to be a topic that's brewing in my head. Um, the word honor has been being tossed around a lot. It's showing up in places, and usually when I keep seeing words, I think my brain is sort of like uh, um, who was, I can't think of his name right now. Clint something. He uh, he used to do. Maybe he still does, but used to send out the little web bot things and blah 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 and gather data. Well, that's kind of sort of what I do. I'm watching the headlines and news articles and listening and reading and watching, and certain topics or certain words will just show up. And then my folks up yonder will say, see that word? And I go, what? And then they'll just say, see that word. They won't tell me anything about it. Barry's going to pull the card for you. Okay. I really do want to do a card reading session thing. I didn't know whether or not I would be connected tonight. to like, like put it in the title. Uh, I just, now at the moment, let's see, what time is it? Oh, it's about time for a 20. Um, if there are some of you in here tonight that would like for me to pull a card, uh, I don't know how long I'll do it, but I'll pull a card. Not right this minute, but um, I won't put it in the title. But I did want to do like a Christmas present to y'all, just because my email and my whatever is I love you, Merry Christmas, and for whatever. I'm hoping that there are so many folks that are just you know Christmas is based on a pagan ritual. Listen, if you don't think that the Catholic Church ain't based on a pagan ritual, I mean, just sorry, you know, uh, you know, eat my body, drink my blood, and we'll sing a song of love. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Sons of God, hear his holy word, gather round the table of the Lord. Eat his body, drink his blood, and we'll sing that song of love. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Okay, right? So gather around the table of the Lord. Bring your forks and knives and spoons, chillins. Jesus is on the altar again. We're all gonna go chomp on him. So if that ain't it, that ain't based on a pagan ritual. So they want to pick on Christmas because it's based on a pagan holiday. Oh my God. Do they not see the fallacy of some of this stuff? But also, it's very possible Jesus was born at Easter. How about that one? But anyway, hey Travis, how are you? Uh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, ain't doing nothing else, right? Um, as far as subject matter or whatever, I'm kind of sort of on a free flow having pizza tonight, and I've been craving pizza for so long, and buying a pizza from the store and popping it in the oven, or buying one of those slices from one of the that it just don't get it. If anything, it'll give me heartburn of the runs. So, but a sure enough pizza pie from my brother used to work at Domino's, and Domino's, at least his store, made some damn good pies. And but the local Pizza Hut that I've been going to, now the one in Thomasville, but the one up in Moultrie, they make some pretty good pies. And so was over there in that neighborhood today, and I was just like, man, I got to have me a pie. It's Christmas time, but I'm splurging, right? I'm my Christmas dinner. Of course, I bought them two T-bone steaks for tomorrow, but uh, you know, $9 for two beautiful, I mean, great big T-bone steaks. Oh my God, really nice marbled. Oh man, they're gonna taste good. Uh, I don't think there is much evidence to say Jesus was born in December. Right, exactly. But and there's some kind of side data over here that actually, he was born more in the spring. But anyway, happy Yule, yeah. But you know, for me, it's more of a wintertime thing. It's wintertime now. It was cold as snot the last couple of days. And by the way, I think in my video that I did of walking around the yard or something, uh, a month or so ago. Anyway, I showed right outside my the house here that I've got a couple of volunteer. Well, we got 2 minutes. I got a couple of volunteer tomato plants that came up all by themselves. Like I have no idea where because I haven't ate tomatoes plants or anything like that around here in in a couple of years, so I have no idea where these tomato seeds came from. That's like number one, and they've grown right out here, like in the yard kind of thing. That I have a yard, but so my friend, he was like, I even got the pots out there. I was going to pull them up out of the ground and put them in pots and bring them in here and everything. And I've been doing so much stuff in here. I didn't know where to put them in here. Right. So I decided, I said, well, if it looks like it's just going to get really bad, 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 meat's too dang expensive. Oh yeah, well, see, I buy local, right? It's a small IGA store. They've got a small uh, counter, but back in the day, they had like three or four meat cutters working all the time. I mean, you could buy 20 pounds of chicken for $10. I mean, it was like, and it was local meat. They would bring in whole sides of beef and cut the steaks and make the hamburger right there. Now, uh, they still do a lot of their own processing there. So they're not buying these steaks like Walmart does from a large processing plant. These steaks are, now a lot of the meat cutters that I knew back in the day, they all buy Western beef. Okay, they don't buy from the feedlots, so they get their beef come in, and several of the trucks that do bring in, whole sides of beef, uh, you know, they're Western fed, and the meat is different. Okay, and so I get a cut of meat, and people are like, "Well, I don't know. I had steaks. I'm like, oh, it was so." Look, I don't even have any teeth, and I can eat a T-bone. You hear me? No, I have to cut it in smaller pieces. But to the point, though, is like, wait a minute now. So the steaks that I used to buy at Walmart or one of the big box stores, Moose number 11. Oh, it's time, ain't it? Oh, 1 minute after. Oh, 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 oh. Hang on. I'm going to say a Merry Christmas prayer up with this one, okay? So for me, if you look around and ask around, there are people who know where there's a market. And you might say, you get your meat from them? And they go, yeah. And you go, well, I'm not buying my meat from them. Well, then you don't really want a good steak, then, do you? What? There are meat processing plants all over the place, local. There are local deer processing plants. If you've got, there are folks who like, they'll take in their goats or sheep or whatever and have these local folks to slaughter them, skin them, and make hamburger or sausage or whatever it is out of them. And you just take the cow in, or you take whatever it is, and these local butchers and processors. So you find some of these folks, um, they might, a farmer might bring in a whole cow, and they say now it used to be like this, that for butchering the cow, and that they get half of it. So they don't pay them, they pay them in, you get half of the cow. I mean, literally split it down the middle. This is my side, this is yours, right? And but then they cut it up, and they sell it locally, and that's how they stay in business. Okay. But depending on what it is, they might say, well, it's so much a pound, and we get a portion of it, of the meat. So, but anyway, I tell folks, if by this time uh, you haven't found a really good place to buy like good quality meat, and you're still going to Walmarts or wherever, then you're not trying. I'm just saying. In Tampa, there are places, there are little small shops, and they sell aged beef. They cut it. I mean, these, So if you want to get a good steak, if you want to, people think that, there is no other way. Yeah, there is. Check it out in your local area. Okay. But anyway, so having lived here all these years and I've known several of the butchers in this area, um, well, two of the three. Well, I can't speak for the one in O'Clockney. There might still be a butcher in there, but it's an IGA store, small town, literally like 1 block long, right? A traffic light, and that's only because it's on a major highway. Two cops or maybe only one. Um, but they'll have a local butcher for the folks that live there. And some of these really really rich folk that own these plantations around here. Heard a helicopter. This has been a couple of years ago. Heard a helicopter like literally right overhead at nighttime. Saw lights flashing. What the hell? And the damn thing landed a couple of miles up the road. And I was like, "What the hell?" Got in the truck because this was really weird. Landed in the yard of one of these plantation owners. Helicopter landed in the front yard on I was like, "Huh, now that's some balls right there," or whatever you want to call it. I don't mean a little helicopter neither. I mean you know, a four-seater, big shiny, okey doke. But anyway, which is surprising. But South Georgia, Thomasville around here, that some of the money and the stuff goes way back. I mean, it's scary what somebody these old this old money stuff down here in the South. I mean, there is a Southern mafia you can bet your ass on. You don't hear of it because that's how good they are. You hear me? you know, you don't hear about okay, Chicago and Los Angeles or Vegas, New York, Philly. Yeah, they're all gonna have their mafia. You never think of the mafia down in the deep South, you know. Oh yeah. But anyway, so that's off topic for tonight, ain't it? I went to the food pantry here because I'm poor as dirt. No, they have local butcher meats. No, it's some of the best. Yeah, yeah, good for you, Travis. Here's the thing. If that's uh um where you used to getting your meats and whatever, I would just ask you kindly, do a little checking. It may not be as hard as you'd think to get a really good cut of Western beef, And there's several companies who will send you. There's like they'll send like I don't know 6 steaks and blah 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 and some fresh cut ground meat. Oh my god, and you can get it in a box and they deliver it to you. There's companies that do the steaks by mail. Let me tell you, them things are great because it's Western grain of grass fed beef. And if you're just eating from grain lot, um, the fiber of the meat is tougher, it's grainier, it's tougher. But anyway, um, I'm still breathing. Yeah, that's my line. I'm still here. I'm still breathing. No, my favorite line is I ain't dead yet. Oh, Super Scream, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Sending out prayers and puffy smokes and I never did really hit this right, but I don't want to mess up anybody's day or night, but I was thinking earlier, me and Doug are going home alone, eating pizza, and there's nothing really I wanted to watch or listen to or anything, and I was like, well, should I do a live stream? I don't know. So the song that kept going through my head was Look at all the lonely people, you know, thinking that life is left past them by. Don't give up until you drink from the silver cup and riding that highway in the sky. All right. Who sang it? I know. And I'm on my way, and I'm bound to stay. Da da dum. Look at all the lonely people. Anyway, but yeah, Merry Christmas. Um, in the few stores that I was in the last couple of days, and other people, well, Merry Christmas to you, sir. As they're handing me my package or seeing you, open the door or whatever. And I was like, and they were genuinely saying it. And I was like, and very Merry Christmas to you. But uh, with the little kids in the store yesterday, I was like, you know, to the little kids, I was like, Merry Christmas. How y'all doing? Santa Claus coming to see you, how because they would wanting to jump up and down. And I had a basket full of stuff and they were right behind me. And I could only go so fast. And, you know, but I'm talking to, didn't stop what I was doing. I kept, but I was chatting with them anyway. I just had a good time, just chatting with them two young boys about their Christmas. And Grandma got me a bicycle, and are you old enough? Because he's 4 years old, kind of thing. His brother ratted on him. I said, "Well, are you old enough to ride a bicycle?" His brother said, "Well, he's 4 years old." you know, it was it for to me. It was darling, right? uh, Kids say the darndest things, but Art Linkletter in the old days, but. He had a talent for being able to pull things out of kids. Sometimes he was a little, crazy about it, but um, by and by, though, kids say the darndest things. Art Linkletter, yeah. Any of you oldies out there ever listen to that? Your greetings make me feel special. Oh, you just had a wonderful dinner. Good, 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 good. I'm glad you were with your family. I was complaining earlier that some folks that I know, they were complaining because they were going to have, you know, Christmas Eve dinner together, and well, we have to go over here. We gotta get the family, and I was like, what? Quit bitching, please. You know, I wish that my family were closer that I could do that with. My brothers and sisters up in Ohio, they're going to get together or have got together. I'm not quite sure. Um, um, Andy was supposed to let me know, but the idea, though, that be with friends and family. I'm with my family and friend. Duggar's over here snoring, but he had pizza, and I bought him a Nerf football. I don't know if he's going to play with it, but if I take it out in the yard and throw it at him and kick it around a little bit, um, you know. Anyway, but but the monetary and the presents and the whatever. Okay, so all I could think of is that if I've been poor a lot of my life, so Christmas presents and being able to gift things to people. A lot of times for Christmas, I made people things. I've made, smoking pipes, my little woodies. I have done carvings. I was handicapped one year and I made pillows for everybody out of some old material and a sewing machine. I made puppets for people one year years ago. Um, and I mean, so a lot of times in the years past, I have made Christmas presents for people, and I don't mean just something shitty. I mean a nice pillow or a nice something. Um, um, I did a decoupage when I was back doing that years ago, and I had found some really interesting um, uh, pictures in old magazines and things and some really interesting pieces of wood and mounted them myself. And but anyway, so and folks are like, really, so yeah, I did having. I got a woodworking shop out there now that I need to finish cleaning up and securing better. But I can make dang near anything. If it's made out of wood. I got a 36-inch long wood lathe, and just I got woodworking stuff. Um, and my friend Rob, that I'm that if for no other way that I want him to be my curator here at the house. Um, he's got a really he makes cabinets for a living. And has got a big shop. And after seeing his place, I was like, I really want to fix mine because my intention was for mine to sort of look like his does, but and he's half my age, but which is great. But hey, said Turney and Son, how are you? Merry Christmas, warm hugs, cosmic hugs, and all that good stuff. We're just sharing good. I'm just telling stories and talking crap as I normally do, but you know, um, I really do wish everyone a super duper hug this year. Um, and for a couple of weeks ago, for several of you, you love doing woodwork too. Yeah, I really need to get back to it, but recently, I collected a lot of wood from porches that I replaced, and from when I was in the theater. Um, every time a set was built and there was lumber left over, I brought it home. I mean, I've got 5 or 6 sets, that painted were, it was in some play, and they had put it on the trash pile, and I brought it home. Well, when I got injured a few years ago, all that really good wood is now just being burned as garbage in the pile. Now there's still some good wood in it, but not near what I had collected. So what I was gonna do, it it just turned into rotted wood, and termites got into it. And what was some really good wood is now just turned into sawdust. Or it was a nice fire. If everything goes well, um, I was having a little bit of issues with my new cell phone. So far, I think I halfway got them figured out. But I want to do a fire outside and at night, and I've got enough light that I could light up the whole yard if I wanted to. I mean, light up the field. We could play softball out here if we wanted to. But I want to try some things with what would does this new camera, how will it work with like by literally a firelight, a fire, and if I need extra light, then I've got it. I can add to it. But there are folks who will. I want to be able to set the mood. I want it to look like y'all sitting around the fire with me, not just brightly lit something. No, so I'm being a little anal about this, and I know I am. But if you can't see me or something or this or and it don't look right, I'm like, well, but with this new camera, um, with the cell phone, uh, it's astonishing how good the damn thing is. I mean, like I paid $280 for my Canon, and this little and I paid 79 dollars for the cell phone. Okay, and it'll do at least as much as the as my Sony camera will. It's harder to hold and focus and that kind of thing, but as far as quality, holy crap. So um, that's interesting. And oh, by the way, talking about the cell phone, that it did have another name, go something anyway. And come to find out, when I got some literature in, this cell phone company is sponsored by Best Buy. So where I bought the phone from was Best Buy, and but it's connected. So wait a minute, the things I've been getting in, not that I care, but so this, it's called Lively. This Lively phone is actually a service of Best Buy, and they're selling these Android phones through themselves. But 79 bucks for this thing, I'm like, I'm really happy with it. I really am. But anyway, so, but the fact that Best Buy was tied in with it, I just was, oh, hmm. But anyway, so it's not a fly by night operation. They're tied in with the electronics. So I thought that was interesting. But so upcoming, I was hoping that my truck was going to run this weekend. And since I'm at the end of my month and I haven't used any data on my cell phone, I was hoping to go down to the river and put in and see if I could do a live stream. I wanted to see if I could make the connection. I've got enough data uh, left here at the end of the month, uh, but to try to do a live stream from somewhere down on the river just to see if I could do it. I can do it around here, around the house, but that's Wi-Fi. Um, and I know if I go down here in my backyard in the woods, it's really hard to get a signal down there. Um, but they got a lot more towers now than the last time I was down there with a cell phone. So I'll have to try that out too. But, uh, you know, my interest has been because my friend Rob has Verizon, and his cell phone is much like mine, and he's able to uh, use his cell phone down on the river with GPS and stuff. So I'm hoping, here's hoping. But anyway, um, is Mossy in the house? What? You need to go out? Well, y'all bear with me, sing, here comes, here comes in Santa Claus, here comes in Santa Claus, right down Mental Health Lane. All the boys and girls and toys, and they're gonna put, you know uh benzenes in our name. Anyway, little stockings of girls and boys. Come on, Duggar, let's go outside. You don't know I'm talking to somebody. He just thinks I'm going crazy. Well, here, go crazy outside. All right, you don't you go running off now. You hear me? You stay down here. Okay. It's a nice night for him to be out running. He's straight for the woods. Something's out there that he saw through the window. I couldn't see it, but anyway, that feeling. Yeah, Travis, it's not that I'm trying to be a loner. And if my truck was running, of course, I have fewer people that that are still alive that I can go visit these days. Most folks are like long distance, but um, I would still, be a little bit more active than I have been these last couple of months because of my vehicle. And the me getting another truck is still on the table. Just stuff happens. But it's cool. But it's taught me a lesson too. I told my friend the other day, I said, you know, having my truck and working on it and trying to get it running has been frustrating, but not being able to go where I want to go when I want to go. I've always, I've it's been a long time since that's been taken away from me. My truck was having issues. My battery kept going dead. That that okay, dead battery. All right, have dealt with those, right? But the truck just not running and not being able to go at all. That's a whole nother ballyhoo, right? So, especially when I'm like trying to do good, new radiator, new this, new that. I'm trying to, where I have been lax over the last couple of years to, pick it back up and do better. And I have been. That's the interesting part. But it seems like the more I try to do good, the shittier it gets. Like today, for those of you that came in late, I I I bought a new part. It came in. I put it on. The truck ran. It was great. A couple of days later, and I come back from the store, and it starts acting up. And I'm like, "What the hell's going on here?" Right. So since then, it would not run. So I get my part to check it, read the code. It's the new part that I bought. So I put the old part on. Right, make it into town. It's running, but not real swift to exchange it for the new one. So I put the new one on in the parking lot. Truck won't start. So I've been through two new parts and still had to put my old one back on it. Thank God, even though it's like, you know, me and Duggar got the town and back. So, and we made it into Coolidge and back the other day. So I ain't bitching, but I prefer to be on my. You've been alone for 10 years? I don't necessarily prefer it. I really don't. Because my friend Marcia, who passed, and a few other friends who passed away, we used to get together all the time. Now, maybe not living together, but we were visit each other. So you can say, well, so you might be alone, but you're not by yourself. You still have interaction with people. But since my friend Marcia has passed and a couple other folks, like I said, this year, if there was ever supposed to be a lonely time, it would be this year. But at the same point where I have been able to go to Ohio and all of my brothers and sisters met for the first time. So in losing people, I gained and um, um, the rest of my family after all these years. But so it's been kind of weird. But on a day to day basis, I can't just call up my buddy Marcel and go, "Hey, what you doing? What you been?" You know, and that ain't there. You know, my other buddy used to call him up and blah 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 blah. And he ain't there. My buddy down in Serge. Hey, how you doing? What you doing? He ain't there. So all them folks, some of them folks that I would call at 2 in the morning, because I was bored and didn't have nothing to do. Now I do live streams and talk to you folk. Because honest to God, some of my dearest are gone. So um, I know I did a video a ways back about would you miss me when I will you miss me when I'm gone? And the retrospect is I will miss you when I'm gone. Uh, but anyway, um, one of the things I was watching was that, if, as long as you remember someone, they're still alive. So my grandma Raleigh and these people so all these folks that have passed, I keep them alive in memory by telling their stories and the crazy things that me and Miss Marcy used to do and all this other stuff. And like, holy cow, if you all just really do, I could tell some of our stories. And she's passed, and anything we might have done, and there were several of them that were illegal. at least in what we took, and consumed. But um, there was no thieving or anything like that. But if we could get away back in the day of doing some drugs or mushrooms or acid or whatever, yeah. One of my partners in crime back then during my heavy acid days was my friend Marcia, who passed. So, but anyway, um, but it's all good. Um, I can honestly say that I can talk about them in hindsight and retrospect and everything, and there's a little bit of nostalgia, but there aren't any tears. Where before I'd be like, my grandma, we used to go, no, and the thing is that it's not that I don't care, but in this last year of being quote really alone, if you will, um, it's just kind of I don't know, things are different. Can't quite get there. She was talking to another guy. One is in jail. Oh, that's just nuts. Boot to the head. Boot to the head. You just pinch yourself. Well, see, I was involved in theater and I was out doing puppet shows and I was in the public eye, if you will, as being the director of the theater for 2 years. I was house director, okay, and also director of plays, and I used to do the lighting and the sound and all that kind of stuff, and set building, part of my job, and I loved it. Okay, it was just enough supplemental income that it didn't screw with my Social Security. And because I had my Social Security, this extra income was like gravy. It was like, whoa. It was only like $200 a month or something like that, and some gas mileage thrown in. But I loved it because it was my passion. And I didn't have to worry about money where I'd had to beg for gas money to get back and forth sometimes to be in a show. I was able to just be there, not have to be a burden and actually help some other people. So, but um, as far as living with a bunch of people in my house like I used to do, nah, that ain't happening anytime soon. At least not that I know of. Uh, Times like these, guys, with family for holidays kind of makes me appreciate. Yeah, I just take it for granted. Absolutely. That's what I was trying to tell some of my friends who are grumpy about it this time of year. I'm like, man, I wished I could see my granddaughters. I wished I could see my grandson. I wished I could, and you're bitching because you gotta? Oh, please stop, you know? And I didn't say it, but I kind of sort of did. I was like, what if you didn't have them? What if they weren't there? And I said, look at me. I don't have any family to go visit with. Me and Doug are sitting at the house eating pizza, you know, and you're complaining because, what? Please don't. Honestly, please don't. If it's oh my goodness. Now, I can honestly say there were times when I was married, the other person's family, which one of the persons I was married to is a little, I won't go into it, but it was like, it was really difficult. But we have to go over here because such and such is doing a something something. Well, after so many of those, though, it wasn't like one or two, it was like a dozen in like a week or something. And there was we got to do and then we got to have presents because we're going over here. And these folks are like, wait a minute, we're poor as dirt. I'm sorry, I can't do this. And it was stressful and Christmas was not any fun. You know what I mean? Then I became the Scrooge. One for one reason, I was poor as dirt, please. I'm poor. and don't make me feel guilty over it. So, but and in those times though, I got creative and I found things, or things would come up. I used to split and cut firewood and sell it during the winter times, and that's how I made my extra money during Christmas. I mean, there was several years in a row, because I'd had operations on my neck. I couldn't get a job, the blah 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 blah. And the only way that I made it through the winter was by selling firewood. You are all really my interaction time with. Well, glad we could be here. We're a bunch of recluses, get together in the middle of the night. Well, it's not the middle of the night yet. It's 11:54 p.m. on December the 24th, 2021. Oh my goodness, we made it this far. This is sort of the top of the hour. We're Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David. No, we're here on with late night radio on Christmas Eve. Anyone who comes along, come along for the ride. Open topics, crazy stuff, and maybe some shenanigans. Who knows? And but anyway, you're welcome. Hang out. Join the conversation if you'd like. And one of these days, I swear I'm going to figure out how to do, if somebody, if you want to call the house or something and have conversation kind of thing. I swear I'm going to do it. But there's been so many of these other things on my brain that I just like, got to take care of this and I got to take care of that. And it has occupied my brain in that, as many of you know, I'm trying to get my brain back from all that last really bad head injury I had. And for those of you out there, you probably say, "Well, Hawkeye's getting along pretty good considering where he was a couple of years ago, right?" And that would be true. Um, I've had my low spots, and I talk about them. And we're human; we're supposed to have low spots, but not to the point of wanting to put a gun in your mouth. But this year, Christmas, I can't believe it's December the 25th, if you want to know the truth. I feel like Christmas is actually in a couple of days. Body wise, in my head, it somehow I got to the 25th too quick. Like, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 wait a minute. And I've skipped over. I've had a couple of down days where I literally was asleep for like 2 days. I mean, like together 2 days, barely did anything for 2 days in a row. And I've had a couple of those this last month or so. And oh, by the way, I'm still on I'm on particular dosage of kratom. I will fill you in on my dosage at next video, because right now I can't remember and I don't want to go in there to get them. But anyway, oh holy crap, Duggar's still outside. Is it the top of the hour? Almost. But so anyway, so I feel a difference because of the kratom that I'm taking, as well as whatever other energies are kind of like out there. And we've gotten gotten bad and yeah, keep up with that one. We've gotten in some really heavy doses of something from somewhere. The way the Schumann was reacting about a week or so ago, it was off the charts. Now it's been just kind of humming along, you know, not spiking real bad. It'll spike, but for a couple of minutes instead of like hours in a row. So things seem to have calmed down in that respect. I'm really curious, because of what these different ET folks are saying about February and March of this coming year, that's when the event's going to happen. That's when the wave's going to It's not going to turn the planet over. It's not going to wipe out the magnetic thing. No, but it's going to be an energetic wave that everything on the planet is going to be affected by. So, okay. And a lot of us are feeling it, noticing it, the vibe wise and all that kind of stuff. There are those Christian folks who are, still preaching that, it's the end of the world and da 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 da. Well, they still want to bring that into our reality. And, I've done my videos on Armageddon and the end of the world. Okay. So I used to be there. And it is the end of the world. It is the end of the world as we know it. Let's move into a different reality, right? Let's quit all this stuff. Let's talk the truth and not beat up each other, So you don't like my opinion. Okay. I'm, it's okay. One of the things that crossed my mind earlier today when I was riding into town, um, I was like, now when I was, quote, in the public eye, out and doing puppet shows and things, a certain respectability. I have to have uh, you know, I have to have my game face on, right? So a lot of folks knew that I lived in the country and I had a little old shack in the woods kind of thing, and but nobody really knew for sure. But uh, Uncle Dave, Mister Dave was just a down home kind of guy. All right. So, and I just left it at that. I'm not prissy or, all this kind of stuff. Not really into glitz, but my reputation was important. Now, when I got busted with a helicopter in my own backyard, there were folks who would not touch me with a 20-foot pole. They wouldn't touch me with your 20-foot pole. And so my reputation was like burnt to a crisp. Okay. Couldn't give my services away as a puppeteer. Couldn't, folks didn't want to hire me to do DJing on the weekends and stuff. People didn't want me to, be in the theater group because it made them look bad because I had been busted, and they didn't want, this guy had been, even though 2/3 of the people in the theater group had smoked with me or I had given them weed at some time, rejected me. Can't come. Bad, bad press, right? And so for years, I had to live that down. You know how I lived it down? By standing up to it and just say, okay, well, I'd find a gig over here. Nobody knew that them folks didn't know I got busted. Okay, so they'd hire me. So then so the thing is, I didn't give up. I didn't give up. I kept going back. Somebody said, well, Dave, we can't let you direct because, it's just, and I agreed, it's bad PR. But we got, will you help us backstage? Okay, we can't put your name in the book. Okay, but and then well, there's a bit part because somebody couldn't do it, and then I slipped on stage doing a bit part, and then the next thing you know, I'm doing two bit parts in the same play, which I did, and then the next thing you know, director drops out, nobody's around, Dave's over there in the corner, and they say, hey, would you do would you take this show and direct it? Okay, that's how I got back in. But by being there and by being polite and by being honest and I didn't kiss anybody's ass, but I didn't let them run over me neither. And I was like, here's the thing. It's over. Yes, I got busted. Yes. Did you get busted? Yeah. There weren't any weapons. I didn't try to kill anybody. I have to get my dog. Y'all talk amongst yourself. Yeah, I have, and it might take me a little while. Okay, I got to go get my dog. He's up on the hill. Good, good man. Good boy. Did you get to run in? Hmm? Did you get to run in? What you got that? What is that? Good boy. I don't know what you got. Where are you at? Oh, here, come on. Get up on here. You old crazy mutt, you. Crazy dog, you. Crazy dog. Okay. Thank goodness he's been coming better than he used to. Not every time, but uh, thank you, Duggar. you know, um, oh my goodness, it's Christmas. Oh, it's 12:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here, and you're with Hawkeye and Friends on this Christmas Day in 2021. And it's just amazing for me and a lot of us. It was a big deal when 2000 rolled around. And then like 2010 was like, woo, we're 20 years in, or we're 10 years in, right? And then we hit 2020. Well, we're fixing to hit 2022. And it's like, we've lost some good friends along the way, but we've made some good friends along the way, in my humble opinion. And so I am very proud to have met all of you, and that we can share and get together, and I can just talk crazy stuff and and um, I guess in my own little, yeah, happy Christmas. There you go. Have a joyful day, regardless of some little kid in a manger. I mean, seriously, have some pizza like me and Duggar did. Oh, you're absolutely welcome, Super. Yeah, I really wanted to kind of like do something for Christmas. Oh, I know. I promised y'all I would do cards, didn't I? And I talked for another hour. Okay. Um, and thank you. I'm glad we're all still alive, honestly. I mean that with the utmost of respect and honor. Um, I in watching things over this last year, it seems like there are some folks. Oh, is it another bot? Yeah. That people have learned a little more self-respect, maybe, and a little more about um, Edgar get him. Everybody, okay, Barry, he's buffering bad. Okay, all right, gang. Ooh, Barry's doing his job. We're all gonna have to send him a cigar. Oh, and speaking of cigars, just out of the, I got cards out now. Pearl was first one in tonight, and way back about cards, and she just asked again. And I'm going to do Pearl first, and so and Project, if you can, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Anyway, Barry's buffering, so he might not be able to keep up with this. But I'm going to do Pearl first. And then and then you're gonna find it out amongst yourselves after that. So found the box. Oh crap. I've got the cards, but I have moved the book somewhere. I got to find the book. I moved some things around and okay. All right. All right, Pearl. I think I see your hand raised out there in space. So uh, we wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings to you and all of your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Here comes in Santa Claus, here comes in Santa Claus, right down in Santa Claus Lane. Never mind. I mean, I don't have a wrench. Oh, now I have the book. Okay. I might be a little more giddier tonight than normal. I don't know. Anyway, let me get in card reading mode. Y'all up for a session up yonder? I think they're going to hang out with me. I cannot tell you how many of these I'm going to be able to do tonight. Okay, I'm just going to start, and we'll see. Okay, you know I'll do the best I can. There's just extra stuff seems to be going on in the neighborhood tonight. Probably because Santa Claus is bringing presents, and they used to do that in the middle of the night at our house on Christmas Eve. So somebody had the presents stashed at their place, right? I'm thinking on you, Pearl. Hang in there. Whoa, man! Somebody's throwing shit around up here tonight. That's weird. What the hell? Talk about spiritual activity. Threw the damn phone on the floor. Wow. I mean, threw the phone on the floor now. Busted the back off. Tore my phone up. Threw it right off the place right there. There ain't nothing there to knock this thing over. It sits there all the time. Knock the back off. Now that's weird. Okay, I don't know who's here tonight, but ain't no sense in y'all being pissed at me. I didn't do nothing. Wow. I can't see the other part to the phone. Well, we just put it up there right now. That was weird. I don't know who you are, but I don't know why you seem to be pissed off, but maybe I'm not paying attention to somebody. Uh, y'all see anything flying around my head? Because that wasn't supposed to happen, y'all. Okay, just saying. That ain't supposed to happen. That's the kind of thing that happened with my friend Marcia. Okay, yeah, Delaney, I'm sitting here literally. I'm thinking about Miss Pearl, and this card's for who, her. As soon as I get back to this, I'm going to light a cigarette, and I found the book, and you know, well, y'all keep an eye out. there, there seems to be something around here tonight for holy craps for whatever that. No orbs. All right, whatever knocked that thing, it slapped it off. Did you hear it? It didn't just fall on the floor; it got slapped. Okay, all right. I need to clean my glasses. Okay, uh, Miss Pearl, the first card up for you. I don't know if there's a second card, uh, um, but first card, you saw it being thrown at me. Yeah. No, Duggar's in the house now. I let him in. He's already here, and he's not looking over here. By the way, he's in. I'm cleaning my glasses. But the card that came up is number 34. It's the grouse. Okay. I'm want to put my hands through the cards one more time and see if there's a backup to go with it. Sometimes that happens. So y'all, please tolerate me this morning. Um, Merry Christmas, everybody, and um, we're gonna have a good year. Despite what happens, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it our best. But a lot of people that, and I'm really glad about this, are saying, let's not take any negative in with it next year, and let's take what we've learned, you know, from our past year or so, and let's make it positive. And I'm like, that's promising. Folks are usually just talking about um, all the negative crap. So I'm really, really happy to see that there are other folks out there who have decided to change their tone, as it were, as it would. My brain got interrupted by this. Oh, you let it out. I was just fixing to say it. I noticed before it happened, you sort of knew at that time. Yeah, I did. I was even going to say something about energy changes, but yeah, grouse of the sacred spiral, leading us on to reach the everlasting heights where we can live as one. Sacred spiral. Grouse once flocked in abundance throughout North America, but now, even on the plains where these birds were so plentiful, there is an absence of them. And I want to note that so are the grouse and the dove, and especially the quail down here in South Georgia. Gone. Or almost. Many Plains Indian tribes dance the grouse dance to honor these birds. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth, rebirth, the rib tunnel of eternal return. The sacred spiral is also one of the oldest known symbols for personal power. When you think of grouse medicine, visualize a whirlpool or even a tornado. For the sacred spiral, I keep losing my place. For the sacred spiral will take you to the center. The spiral is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. Many initiatives on Vision Quest paint spirals on their bodies and believe that the great mystery will favor them with the visions of power and purpose because of this symbol. The whirling dervishes of certain Sufi orders are masters of the spiral dance and can transcend to higher states of awareness through the repetition of this sacred movement. It is said that the dervishes can travel to the center of the spiral and return with any magical powers they choose. In the dervish state, one enters the great silence and has direct communication with the Creator. By spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, the dervish draws or repulses specific energies. Sufi dancing is a system which connects one with the divine source through ritual treatment of motion. If you have grouse medicine in your cards, undertake a meditation on the various qualities of movement within your world. Begin by visualizing the sun as one member of a huge group of stars whirling in the massive pinwheel shape of the Milky Way. Then draw yourself out of this pinwheel of light and into the spiraling of your own DNA double helix, an arrangement similar to a rope ladder coiled like a corkscrew. Analyze the way you move through your world. How do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? What kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? What words would you use to describe the way you move both through the material and the spiritual worlds? They want me to read this part again. What kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? Now, this is important for everybody. What words would you use to describe the way you move through both the material and the spiritual world? In the final analysis, is your movement compatible with your greatest desires and goals? Many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the inner life. Now, just to say, there are many of us that have been talking about um, being alone, or being the hermit, being the and that um, in the final analysis, is your movement compatible with your greatest desires and goals? Well, our desires and goals have changed over the years, right? And but um, many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the inner life. So, being the being the hermit, I mean, I still stay busy, don't get me wrong, right? But I'm not busy with other people's lives, in like being caught up in their crazy web of crap. So that helps us. I know it's helped me to recognize my inner self. That's kind of sort of what I was talking about this year, having lost so many people and being kind of, I hate to use the word alone, but being by myself more than I normally would be, even for me, the hermit. So, but grouse medicine, however, is an invitation to the dance. Grouse celebrates the divine source through its sacred spiral dance and offers this dance to you as a gift. Merry Christmas. You can spend a lifetime learning Grouse's lesson on how to harmonize your dance with Mother Earth's cycles and how to offer the dance as a creation of selfless beauty. So when you dance, there are those folks who make the sand art and so forth. Once they do it, it's like wiped away. It's not made permanent. I've been on hermit mode 14 years. Yeah, but there's something else going on here, Pearl, that they want me to read this part again. Analyze the way you move through your world. Now, I don't know what that means, but they're really pushing this hard. How do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? And they're telling me right now, and this relates to you specifically, is that you may need to re-examine how you locomote. They said they want me to read this the contrary, but it was right side up. Drawing the grouse medicine card in the reverse position signals a dissipation of energy and a lack of control and discipline. It is symbolic of a lost connection to the source and signifies a lack of clear intent behind an outpouring of energy. Hmm. You may feel like you're in a tailspin or going down the drain. Confront confusion either in yourself or in others who may be in the picture making you feel that way. Examine the way your energy may be causing friction, sparks, or a convolution of a situation that needs clarification. Work towards harnessing your energy and directing it towards clearly defined goals, such as the nature of the sacred grouse dance. They um, they wanted me to read that part to you. Okay, now I'm not keeping track. Um, Project, I pick you next. And I don't and I think maybe Susie Q. This is my memory. Okay, these are medicine cards, right? So I'm going to pick Project and Susie as my next two, and whoever lines up behind them too. Okay, and that's simply because I said so. I'm pulling rank. I don't care who had their hand up first. I'm not being rude. I'm pulling rank. What? Oh, Susie, were you after Richard? Oh, okay. I didn't forget. There was something in my head. But anyway, I got you, Richard. So I'm going with you, Susie. Project Skyfalls is first, then Richard. Okay. Gotcha. You keep me straight. Merry Christmas, everybody. You know, the traditional things, you know, I'm having pizza, for example, is sort of like my way of saying, hey, I'm going to have fun. I don't have really, it's me and the dog, but what do I want? I want pizza. There's a lot of other things I'd like too, but I just had a hankering for a shown up good pizza diet. See, that's what Marissa and I used to do once a month. we'd go out and have pizza somewhere. And I haven't had pizza since she's passed. And, so this is sort of a tribute with her. Bah humbug. Yeah. All right. Uh, Project. Close your eyes and raise your hand. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Here we go. Let me get some coffee. We thank you, Bob, and to the internet. Yeah, I'm doing free readings tonight, everybody. For those of you who were here earlier for that. But anyway, so interesting. Um, One with a possible two card for you, Project. It's Hawk, number 2 in the book, and it's upside down. Hawk is the messenger. Hawk, messenger of the sky, circle my dream and teach me the message as we fly. Hawk is akin to Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Hawk medicine teaches you to be observant, to look at your surroundings, observe the obvious in everything that you do. Life is sending you signals. Life is the initiation. Life is the initiation. If you have pulled the Hawk card, then right now, a clue about the magic of life is being brought to you. Merry Christmas. This magic can imbue you with the power to overcome a currently stressful or difficult situation. The test is your ability to observe the nuances of power lurking nearby. Is the power the talent you have and may not be using? Are solutions always hard to find because you have lost the broader vision of Hawk? Or is the Great Spirit displaying a gift that you need only to receive? Have the colors of the morning inspired you to create? Or has the gloominess of a present situation left you earthbound, unable to hear the voice within the raindrops splashing on your window? Pay attention. You are only as powerful as your capacity to perceive, receive, and use your abilities. What is called for here is an intuitive ability to discern the message carried with the cry of Hawk. The shrillness of Hawk's call pierces the state of unawareness. The shrillness of Hawk's call pierces the state of unawareness and asks you to seek the truth. The ancients recognized this magnificent bird of prey as a messenger bringing tidings to their earth walk, the good red road, from the world of the grandfathers and grandmothers who lived before them. If Hawk were to magically cry, it was a sign to be aware or be aware. This could mark the coming of a warring tribe, the birth of a child, or the celebration of counting coup. Hawk's cry signaling the need for the beholder to heighten awareness and receive a message. I'm going to read this other part, but now it's in the contrary. Hawk, this is still about Hawk. Hawk medicine is a totem that is filled with responsibility. Oh, yeah, buddy, I can vouch for that. Because Hawk people see the overall view. Now, how many of you would raise your hand to that about me? Hawk is not like a mouse who sees everything through a magnifying glass. Hawk medicine people are aware of omens, messages from the spirit, and the color of the calling card you gave them 3 months ago. Man, my memory ain't that good. No detail slips them by. Now, if you have drawn Hawk reversed, which it is, it may be because you have shut down your powers of observation on some level. If something in your life has become too painful to feel, too unbearable to hear, or too dark to see, it is time to examine the point at which you chose to let yourself become emotionally involved and to no longer be the observer. They want me to read that again. Now, whatever this something is, it could be on any level, okay? If something in your life has become too painful to feel, now painful might just be that it's something that annoys you, okay? So pain has its levels. Too unbelievable to hear or too dark to see. It is time to examine the point at which you chose to let yourself become emotionally involved and no longer be the observer. So as soon as you become emotionally um, um, involved in whatever it is that's bugging you, you can't plainly see the whole picture, you know, and to no longer be the observer. So what you do is you backtrack and find, where did I lose my observer point? That's what this is saying. It's a little odd how they're spelling it out, but I don't know how this fits you, but this is what they're really kind of saying. When you allow your emotions to override your perceptions, the message from Hawk cannot penetrate the chaos and the confusion. At this point, you are asked to be mindful of the honest observer's neutral position, which allows the message to be intuitively and clearly understood without emotion coloring its true meaning. Now, I got to say, um, um, for me, this is real important as my hawk totem, that if every time I try to bleed some emotion into certain things, it really clouds the subject. And so whatever it is, you just have to just you can be emotional later on, but there are times when you just really have to concentrate on being the observer. Now, I don't know how this fits you, but this is what it means. Emotional coloring is a tendency of hawk medicine people when they are off balance. Their emotions cloud their vision and lead to a crash landing. The ego can clip the wings and leave Hawk grounded. Also, if Hawk believes that those who cannot fly the same way he or she does have weaker perceptions, then the winged messenger has not understood his or her own medicine. So, in other words, I have said this many times in that one of the things we have to learn is to be humble. So, you have to be forceful enough to like say, wait a minute, please think about this. And for me, talking about some of these, topics about spirituality are absolutely heretical to many churches and other folks, because I don't bring up Jesus all the time and I ain't talking about God and all this worship shit. So, but the freedom of flight is a privilege and being a messenger is an honor. The responsibility for delivery of the message is up to you. Take your flight and forget about interpreting the omen your way. In other words, a situation comes up and you want to throw your 2 cents in. Yeah, you have to really not be and just let the message come to you. It's really difficult to do sometimes, a lot of times. Let the receiver decide what the message means. After all, unless it was sent specifically for you, you would be tampering. Okay? Hawk in the contrary position teaches you to open up the powers of observation, So I don't know any situation, but this is saying, so you may think you are being observant, but you may have be attached somehow, so your observation is clouded, okay? And you might not even know it, okay? Honestly. Not to tell others how to think or behave, to take care of your own emotional baggage before you begin receiving omens, visions, or messages. So if you still got stuff that's on your mind when you go to lay down at night, kind of thing, or that you want to go learn how to astral project and your brain's just on overdrive, maybe there's stuff you just need to, because you can't get there from here if your brain and your spirit's clogged with all this other stuff. Number four, to remember that all gifts are equal in the eyes of the Great Spirit. That's such a really good Merry Christmas line. To remember that all gifts are equal in the eyes of the Great Spirit. Be humble, yes, but it's not necessarily about other people. It's there are times, like for me, having hawk medicine, that I want to throw my 2 cents in, and every time I go to throw my 2 cents in, they tell me back off. You need to see that. Well, is this message for me personally, or is this a back off? You're trying to just no, just go find a tree and just watch. You know, oh, leave it to you to say something iffy. Uh, Project, that was for you, okay? But you know, um, not that I think that you all question it, but in reading about the hawk, and so the responsibilities that as my hawk is as my totem, there are so many different levels that there are times I go, man, I got this, I understand it, I got it, and then I go, now I go into a pause and I go, wait a minute, and my spirit guide will go, we got more to show you. Oh, so that's why uh, a lot of these times it takes me 3 or 4 days when I get the initial here talk about this thing, and that it's like okay, and when I think I got it and I got it, then there are times when I'm like I don't have enough information, and they kick me out of bed at 2 in the morning and go, yeah, you do. Get up. you know so it kind of works both ways, but for me in certain subjects it's like about a 3 day iffy period, as somebody wrote in there. Now, okay, I ain't done with your project. There's a backup snake. There's a backup card that's snake upside down. And I was thinking in that interesting that hawk hunts, one of the things that they will hunt are snakes. And that if you hawk picked a snake up, he would be hanging upside down. That was the flash that I got when both of these cards showed up. So now snake is number 6, and it's upside down. So I'm going to briefly get into the snake, and then I forgot who's next already. Ain't that sad? Snake is about transmutation. That's right. So Hawk is telling you to be. Thank you, Susie. So Hawk is teaching you to be more observant, and that somehow you may or may not have your observer point of view may have been clouded in some way. And honestly, there are times when I thought I was like doing really good at it, right? And then, you know, and because for me and my totem and my job, I was like, oh, wait a minute, wait, no, I really don't have this. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so Um, because there was something over here on the side that I just hadn't noticed. Because guess what? I wasn't as observant as I thought I was. So and that's where uh ego comes in, and not in that you think you know everything. That's not it. It's that ego comes in and you say, well, I think that's all the information. You make the decision yourself to say, well, that must be all then. And wait, whoa, whoa, hang on, whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe that isn't all, honestly. So and I'm still learning it, okay? So but now snake is transmutation. Snake, I got to put my other glasses on. So a lot of folks think of snake as being representing something evil and all that, and it just ain't right. Snake, come crawling. There's fire in your eyes. Bite me, excite me. I will learn to realize. The poison transmuted brings eternal flame. Open me to heaven to heal me again. So, snake people are very rare. Their initiation involves experiencing and living through multiple snake bites, which allows them to transmute all poisons. The power of snake medicine is the power of creation, for it embodies sexuality, psychic energy, alchemy, reproduction, and ascension or immortality. The transmutation of life, death, rebirth cycle is exemplified by the shedding of the snake skin. It is the energy of wholeness, cosmic consciousness, and the ability to experience anything willingly and without resistance. So, example for if you're a true snake person and you allow a snake to bite you multiple times, and you agree to this, you understand? It is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation. Now, ain't that interesting? That one of the last things in on the hawk is that all things are equal. All gifts are equal in the eyes of the Creator. So here's Snake kind of reinforcing that. You hear me? Um, it is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation, and that those things which might be experienced as poison can be eaten, ingested, integrated, and transmuted if one has the proper state of mind. Now, see that this really does tie into Hawk somehow. I don't know. It's up to you. Um, they want me to read this part again. It is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation, and that those things which might be experienced as poison can be eaten, ingested, integrated, and transmuted if one has the proper state of mind. This medicine teaches you on a personal level that you are a universal being. Complete understanding and acceptance of the female and the male within each organism creates a melding of the two into one, thereby producing divine energy. Complete understanding and acceptance of both the male and the female within each organism creates a melding of the two into one, thereby producing divine energy. All right. Now it's upside down. If you have drawn this symbol in reverse, you may have chosen to mask your ability to change. Now, see, here's mask your ability to change when Hawk upside down is saying maybe something's clouding your vision. These two are connected. Look at the idea that you may fear changing your present state of affairs because this may entail a short passage into a discomfort zone. Does this discomfort keep you from assuming the viewpoint of the magician within? They want me to read this again. Look, look at the idea that you may fear changing your present state of affairs because this may entail a short passage into discomfort zone. Does this discomfort keep you from assuming the viewpoint of the magician within? Is the old pattern safe, reliable, and a rut? In order to glide beyond that space, which has become safe but non productive, become snake. Release the outer skin of your present identity. Move through the dreamlike illusion that has insisted on static continuity and find a new rhythm as your body glides across the sands of consciousness. Like a river winding its way toward the great waters of the sea. Immerse yourself in that water and know that the single droplet which you represent is being accepted by the whole. I think this is always a great message. Each one of us is a drop of water. You know, oh, they say a drop of water, grain of sand. Okay, but the point is, if you truly understand it, immerse yourself in that water and know that the single droplet which represents you is being accepted by the whole. Okie doke. How about that one? That's just a powerful reading, and even if, for everybody. But that was meant for you. Now, well, uh, hawk and snakes are entwined in a battle for life. Yeah, that's true too. You know, but the fact that the snake was upside down, and as soon as I pulled the two cards, I was like, Hawk's carrying the snake, you know, and the snake's upside down. That makes perfect sense. You know, okay. So I need to take a, you know, a quick drink break, and um, Richard's next, right? Okay, I'll be with you in just a second, Rich. Okay, give me a couple minutes. Let me get the cards up, and I might have to run to the fridge and snag a drink. I'm going into 3 hours already, my dear friends. Did I miss the 20? I sure did, didn't I? The last one. Okay. So, project, um, whatever that meaning is for you, I'm not, I don't even want to ask. You know, it's none of my business. But, and this is for everybody, okay? The way it's worded in the book sometimes, it's like that there's some kind of like this huge thing, and it may not be huge at all. It may be something actually subtle within your own personality that you ain't even aware of. I mean, but to be for every each one of y'all in here, because you wouldn't be asking for cards, you're trying to find that whatever balance or whatever it is, right? And so, but in doing so, they want me to try to explain the observer thing. And I know that some of you have heard me tell this story, but I'm going to make it quick, but it's important. 2 minutes. Well, and a minute for take a hit. Sunday driver. Yum yum. Merry Christmas, everybody. But a couple of years ago now, it's been. I went down to the river in the middle of the night. I mean, literally, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and I put my kayak in, and I go out into the middle of the lake, and I'm laying back, and it's so beautiful, right? And the stars are out. You can reach up and touch them, and I'm just, allowing myself to be one with the universe, and I'm on the water, and it's peaceful and everything. And about that time, they they snatched my soul up and took me up into the universe. And I had a chance to turn around and look back down, and in a different way. So, but because I was there and really open to the universe and saying, oh man, come on in, I'm sharing and all this other stuff, it showed me a whole different perspective. Okay. And I thought I was paying attention. But here's the thing, when you think you're paying attention, you probably are missing something, because you look around and you go, well, I think I got everything. And then you scratch your beard. And I know there's some ladies out there, not maybe not all of you, but I know some ladies that, they scratch their beards too. But I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. I, it really was. But I'm sorry, there's a couple of people I have known that had chin whiskers, women, you know, and for whatever reason they wouldn't pluck them. Never mind. I'm sorry. That's getting way off course, ain't it? But in the observing of things, of becoming the true observer, even of yourself, that's the biggie. And so when you think you got it, you don't. And the reason I say that is because you question yourself. Well, I think I got it. I got this. Really? Are you sure? Well, yeah. Well, wait a minute. What do you mean? Well, are you sure you really understand this? Well, yeah, I've got had this, I've had this thing. I've seen the universe. I've been, and then they come around one day when you least expect it, but you're really being open and more honest and more observing than ever before, and they show you a whole nother level of being observant, is my point. So, and it's not to say that not just you, project, but for anybody, when you think you're watching it all, nah, nah. I mean, I'm pretty good after all these years, but I will be one of the first ones who admit I don't see it all. I'm open to it, and things will be over here, over there, or whatever. I spent 3 days looking for that damn old part to put on my truck. It was on the floor by the plant bush thing over there. So I, I told Barry about it. I tore this place apart for 2.5 days. And finally looked up at the sky and said, God, please help me find this thing. And I walked in the back door, and there, in just a certain spot there on the floor, I've got some plants as you walk in the back door. And it was down on the floor, down by the bottom of the planter. And Duggar had knocked it off in there. And I couldn't find the damn thing for nothing. But I didn't cuss. I was really close, and I mean, I was really frustrated. But it teaches me still, quote, the powers of observation, because I thought I was paying attention and I wasn't. So a lesson to me. So there are always levels of observation, and when you think you got it all, that then you just remember what I told you. And this is where the ego comes in, and only just a little. I got this. I got it. I understand it now. Always leave a little bit of room in there. I think I got this mostly. I'm sure there's probably something I may be missing. Always leave that little clause in there, just to be safe. Uh, Snakes protect you. I really like, wait, practice awareness. Yeah, super screen. Um, I'm I've only noticed you recently in the chat, so in the chat. But I don't know how long you've been a subscriber. So, um, But I've talked about different ways of being able to just didn't want it to lose it. You're trying to find your life purpose. Um, there are some simple techniques that you can do to meditate with a tree or to use certain things to just take literally 5 minutes and meditate, and it will slowly bring you into to where the chaos isn't so loud. I haven't talked about the chaos in a while, actually, but so wait, I don't want to get off track, but hang in there. Come hang out with us, or go back and watch some of the older videos if you want. But uh, I've talked about a lot of stuff, Grant. There are sometimes there'll be there's 6 hours of stuff. The first two's got some decent information, 2 hours of some BS and some cooking advice and gardening. And then the last hour, I'll wrap it up and throw in something else that might actually be important. But, you know, anyway, we love you. Stick around. And if you got questions, we'll do the best to try to help. But that's one of the reasons why I'm here is because um and 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 project, here's the thing. This might be one of your life's goals. You're hanging out with us to learn a different whatever, right? Different point of view. We are learning a different way to communicate because if this ET stuff is true, and and the other scientists too, if these waves of energy are coming in and going to change us, um, we're we're not going to forget what we've learned. You know what I mean? But for those of us who are bridging the realms of reality and um, trying to expand beyond just religion as far as a spirituality and our connection to the universe and how so many cultures and everything. So, um, because we're all, every single one of us, our, it represents a droplet of water. We just read that part, right? And, but that it may, each one of us is important and we're absorbed into the whole, right? So I'm still a drop of water, even if I'm in the ocean, but I'm still a drop of water. If I evaporate and turn into a cloud, I will still be a drop of water, you know, and I will still remain, and I'll be around and around and around and around and around. Okay, Richard. Yeah, it's a powerful message for everybody. Somebody was thinking. Richard, okay. Close your eyes and hold your hand up. You know the drill. Bedfordshire, huh? Seriously, you never said that. Did I get that right, Bedfordshire? That's still weird. Hmm. Here's interesting. Yep. Okay. This is really interesting. I mean, you know me. I've been doing these readings for y'all and everything. And oh, by the way, they're free tonight for Christmas. I'm sorry. That's just that's still just funny as hell to me. For those of you who came in late, I it was as a joke because I do these readings. I don't charge anything or ask anything. I do them because I love you. But so I was going to put in the title, you know, free, card readings for Christmas. They've always been free. So me, it's just that I'm just being crazy and laughing at shit, but it's still funny. All right, so Here are your cards, Richard. Christmas cards, right? Upside down again. But whale. Haven't had this card in a while. We pulled lynx and cats and ants and hummingbirds. Whale. And the other one is antelope. It's upside down. Okie dokie. Oh, this is going to be an interesting. Oh, okay. Richard, here, yes, here we go. Take notes. Number 41 in the book, whale, record keeper, whale of mighty oceans. You have seen it all. Secret of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Now, here we go with the aliens, right? Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the sea. All of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland Mu and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west, beyond the great waters. The symbols in the petroglyphs speak of the rivers and mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whale saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, North America, and has kept the records and knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. I was kind of sort of talking about this earlier that, maybe what the reason we're here, and I've talked about this in other videos, that those of us, we can't quite figure out why we're here. We're here because um, we've given just a little bit of a slight edge for some people. In other words, the honor and the patience and ego, the lessons we learn now, there are going to be some folks who are really smart in the brains and really freaking stupid as far as spirituality and understanding what some of this stuff really means for the future. And it's going to be our job. It's been what they've been telling at my job for you is your job now. This energy is going to you. So you're going to have to teach somebody somewhere down the line. You have to pass it on. It's just part of the deal. But with Whale as the record keeper, so Whale saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island. It is said that Mu will rise again, and when fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth, Earth's children will have to survive and unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. Now, I really do feel that we are in that at the moment. Ain't that a good thing? Whale medicine people are coded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. They are usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and very high frequencies. They are usually also physically developed and fairly telepathic. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the stored records. Many whale people medicine are able to tap into the universal mind of the Great Spirit and have no idea of how or why they know what they know. Now, that's whale in general. Now, it's upside down. If whale has beached itself in your cards, the contrary medicine implies that you are not following your sonar or your homing device. Now, um, the also a part interpretation to this would be maybe following your life path. Okay, that could be your sonar. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing? I don't know. For me, it was a lot of times, and I've talked about this before, in that they will send me out in the woods and I'll go over to the left and I'll go, nah, ding, 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 and I'll have to go to the right. And then, but then I'll find antlers or I've found all kinds of stuff by using this sonar technique. But um, if that you may not be following your sonar or homing device. And it doesn't necessarily mean to home, but honing into whatever that spiritual thing is or something. But anyway, it may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and cannot get to and you cannot get to your personal records. If so, you may need to use other sounds to enter the silence. The drum or rattle, the Indian flute, or the sounds of nature may help. The call of whale is the lullaby of the tides. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead to your personal pathway of knowing. Contrary whale is saying that you must desire to know. You must seek the whale song within you. In hearing whales call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. And then, as you relax into the flow of the song's rhythm, you'll begin to open your unique library of records. It may not come all at once, and it won't. Okay, I'm just telling you. And you don't want it to come all at once because it's too overwhelming. So, back to this, it may not come all at once, it may take practice. But if you hold the desire to know close to your heart, it will be a whale's gift to you. There's the word gift again, right? Merry Christmas. Look to the great star nation and send gratitude to Sirius for the song of the whale, the dog star. Let's see. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. Now, see, there's another reference to water being droplets of water. Here's the ocean. There's this consistency with readings when I do them. So, flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead to your personal pathways of knowing. Now, listen, there are folks out there that are talking about Merry Christmas, everybody. Central Time, eh? Hey, Susie, did I ever miss any? Um So there are people who talk about the Akashic records, right? And oh, they've tapped into the Akashic records and this, that, and the other thing. If you will pay attention to whale medicine and what this keeps telling folks, and oh, the Akashic record says this, it's theirs. It ain't yours, it ain't mine, it ain't somebody else's. Though the Akashic record says this, and they try to sell it that what they have understood, and they may have, and oh, I'm this and that, my Akashic. Okay, but it's their personal one. They try to sell it that it's everybody's. That's where it's wrong. And that's what I've been trying to say for years. We each one of us has our own records. There may be a lot of similarities, but there are folks out there, oh, the Akashic record is this. No, it ain't. And Whale is telling you, find your Akashic record, find your um, you know, your history, your knowledge. And it may be similar to others. You may find yourself that, that maybe that you're related to, but I say the Star Nation or the dog, the Cirrus, or whatever in your findings. Like for me, I know that I've got some kind of Native American something in me, to have come on this shaman walk and to have seen and done and everything that I've done in this lifetime. So I've apparently done this before. And as part of my mission this time around, as much as I went kicking and screaming, did not want to do this. Here I am. So there, there may be something that not just you, Richard, but for other folks that it may be, yeah, frequencies. Absolutely. They want me to read that part again too. Okay. But so for each person out there, the thing about the Akashic record, do not be sold on this stuff with who do this on their channel about this is what the record is, or this is no, it's theirs, okay, or somebody else's. You may be a part of it, but it ain't yours, okay? Just remember that. And the native folks have known this for a long time. That's why whale card. Contrary whale is saying that you must desire to know. You really gotta want it. It ain't just, I wonder what. Nah, you really got 100.1%. You must seek the whale song within you. This is for everybody. Um, where was that part? Oh, there it is. Okay. They want me to read this first part over again. The contrary medicine implies that you are not following your sonar or homing device. And that's basically also meaning kind of following your own intuition. On some level, you have forgotten that this is for everybody now, too. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers you need to survive, to grow, and to claim the power of your chosen destiny. It may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and cannot get to your personal records. Okay. A lot of folks have this issue. If so, you may need to use other sounds to enter the silence. The drum or the rattle, the Indian flute, or the sounds of nature, like running water or something like that. Okay. So you, in other, in order to find the silence, you need noise. Ain't that weird? So, so there's the message there. Um, and for all of us, do not get caught up in that mess that some people are trying to sell about the Akashic record and all this stuff. Please stay out of that. Find your own. Antelope is the other one upside down. Oh, that's interesting. Here you go, Richard. Action. Run, antelope, teach me of action and its pace. Quickly, quickly, so I may run with grace. When time was just beginning and the tribe of man was small, Antelope saw that the two leggeds were naked, hungry, and in danger of extinction. The ancestors would soon vanish from Mother Earth if action were not taken. So Antelope took action and came into the camp and calling to all the two leggeds together for a council. Great Mystery sent me to teach you a lesson. The lesson is to do, said the antelope. You have no need to be fearful if you know what to do, and then you do it, the antelope said. And what shall we do? Asked the people. Oh, if you're naked and cold, you should kill me and take my coat to keep you warm. It is my gift to you. Do it. Merry Christmas. Just there's another gift. Interesting line tonight. We will, said the people, but what of our hunger? We're starving. What can we do to save ourselves? If you are hungry, you should kill me and take my flesh, for it will nourish you and make you strong. It is my gift to you, Merry Christmas, and a part of my evolution. It is my service. Do it, said the antelope. So the antelope knew that humankind would survive the ice age if the people learned to eat meat. Before the movement of the great ice mountains, fruit and vegetables had been plentiful, and the two leggeds had no need to eat the bodies of their fellow creatures. The clans of the second world ate antelope, taking the instinct and wisdom of the four leggeds into their bodies. The people learned through each other's creature's essence how to survive. They were taught never to waste or to take more than they need. When they were in need, the two leggeds knew to take action. Okay, so action is the key word. So frequencies, you know, so take action, whatever it is. Um, Dude, I know I picked these cards, but I didn't like pick them, but I did. Contrary antelope is a signal that you are not listening. Here's Whale talking about frequencies, right? And not acting on the will of Great Spirit. You may taking more, wait, you may be taking more than your share or taking more on than your share. Antelope medicine is the contrary, makes you crazy and quarrelsome. If you will certainly be indecisive and not know what direction to turn. You might be lying to yourself and others. Stop lying, even if you think it will get you off the hook. Contrary antelope will trip you at every turn. Quit being so conventional and following others all the time. Take your own authority. Let Antelope's heart beat strong in you, and you will know the way. But as always, the message is do it. The fear of the unknown subsides once action begins. That is absolutely, yeah. I've been going through some tiny little fear things. I'm here to tell you, conquering them suckers is great. Contrary antelope may also be telling you that a decision to start is now necessary. Maybe some change you've been wanting to do or is going to do or something, you know, that a decision to start is now necessary. The main element in procrastination is lack of conviction. To honor your chosen destiny is to honor your commitment to doing what you proclaim you're doing. That's interesting. Walking your talk is the essence of antelope people. Talking your walk is contrary antelope personified. Walk your talk. But if you talk your walk, oh, I'm doing this. See how good I'm doing? Not that that's what you're saying, but that's what it means. That if you're talking your walk, well, I've done this and I've done it. Really? Or are you actually walking it? I tell you stories of crap I got in. I've done them. I've already been through them. Anyway, but versus talking about going to do them. You know what I mean? So, to write contrary antelope, 3 steps are necessary. Have the desire to do something, make the formed decision to begin that action, and then do it. So, whatever in the last part of whale, um, antelope wants to give you a kick in the butt. What? There is no. This is over of an even prayers. I get distracted through senses like sound or light. Yep, there goes. Oh man, that's bad. So there's a lot of interesting stuff that are in the cards, when I read them, and I just Barry says, I always believe the universe is trying to tell us we're all related to the universe. Absolutely, you know. But see, yeah, how right, Barry, about the DNA. I wanted to mention that. I'm glad you said something in the chat. But was just talking about these earth changes and everything, and guess what it's supposed to do? Change our DNA. What? So and whale card shows up, and like I said earlier, whale card has not showed up very often at all. And now on Christmas Eve, now it's Christmas Day. Merry Christmas, everybody. That and towards the coming of the new year, here's whale and talking about ETs and the Cirrus star. I mean, I'm just saying, just saying, just coinky dinks, just saying. Hey, Max and Jonas the whale. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, Merry Christmas, Max, to you and yours and all the above. Okay, Chloe, you're next because I've got through the last 3 that I remember that y'all keep reminding me of. Oh, yes, sir. That's you. Okay. All right. Give me a second. I got um y'all talks. It's all the and lower vibrations. Yeah. Um, I got to get something to drink before I do you, Chloe. Oh, that sounded weird, didn't it? Wait a minute. Before I do you, Chloe. I'm sorry. Uh, um, frequencies raising and lowering. Okay. Um, Richard, they want me to remind me to tell you about something I talked about before. There is so much chaos that the chaos, the frequency and noise that it makes, there is a resonance that if you listen to the harmonics of the chaos, you don't have to listen to the chaos. You'll find out that all that noise, it's sort of like certain types of jazz. Now, there are some types of jazz I just cannot stand, but there are others where the mixture is like you just wouldn't believe that it would mix at all, and it does. So, in the chaos of things, there can still be a melody that's not scratchy or make you want to scream. But if you just listen to the noise of the chaos. It's different. But anyway, so wanted to throw that. It means a lot. Good, 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 good. I think I have one more cup of coffee. So I want to go get coffee and I got to have something to drink. So, Chloe, I'll be right back. Okay. And you're welcome. And Merry Christmas, everybody. No, no, no charge for tonight's session. Free card reading on Christmas. Amen, brothers and sisters. Oh, goodness me. I'm just crazier than hell. Ah, my last cup of coffee. Duggar, give up the paw. No tip. Um, Richard, but to other folks too, a sort of a slight explanation or an example of the chaos of noise. And so, having worked in several different kind of factory settings, just working around machinery, having worked in at a cotton gin and all the different noises and stuff, having worked with different kinds of machinery, and if the machine is running in a cycle, say there's a motor and a squirrel cage fan and the belt that goes around them. So the motor's got a noise. The 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 bearing on the pulley for the cage fan and then the belt that holds them together. So the motor makes a noise, the bearing and the shaft on the makes a noise. There's a rattle in the squirrel cage that makes a noise, and the belt vibrates and it makes a noise. So, but together, and so it's one, two, three, four noises, but together it's the machine noise. And if you work in the machine, you know when something starts to get out of whack. So it to most folks it's just a bunch of noise. But if you work there and you have to work on and listen to the machines, and if you it sounds like a belt broke or something, or so you have to be aware. So to anybody else, it's just noise. Okay. But in all that noise, then you can pick out the different sounds, and then it's not chaotic anymore. This noise over here is this thing. That that's part of this machine, and this one over here is going so there's all this noise, but in that chaos, there is a melody of these different machines. So, but anyway, they asked me while I was getting coffee to bring that up to your attention. If that would help to explain, what I mean by the chaos of hearing the harmonics or hearing the melody in chaos. Because sometimes you can hear different machines or something, and there are folks who beat on trash cans and stuff, and one or two of them it just sounds. But when they start getting together with the different levels and so forth, there's music in it, right? So, but to other folks, it's just noise. Okay, Chloe. Um, let me get my drink and quit talking about this other subject. But see, now for each one of you, at whatever level it is, why are you here? What is your purpose? I can tell you. You're here because you're going to teach somebody else some of this. You're going to be able to pass on some of this knowledge yourself. Okay. And because it is knowledge for you, and because you requested it, that also makes you responsible. Okay. Especially there, not you all, but in the past, there's some folks that just, I want a card, I want a card. Okay, okay. And it didn't seem like it was helping them. They weren't paying attention to what the cards were telling them. Pay attention, please. Please pay attention. Chloe, raise your hand. Um, yeah, Chloe's next, right? And by the way, I tried to let Chloe go sooner, and she declined and put two other folks in front of her. So, blessings to you, extra Chloe. But see, that's the kind of respect um, that proves to me that some of you folks are on a slightly different level than some other folks. You know what I mean? When you show that kind of that concertity, I'm making up words tonight, Chloe. that, that shows that concern, and I done messed it up now. But um, that helps not just me, but that should help other people to understand that those that's where you need to go to the next level. Like for me, I was in the store yesterday, I guess, and I had a fair amount in my basket there, and there were like five people behind me, right? And they all had one or two items. And so I let the one guy say, go on by. He's got like a beer, right? But then he gets there and wants to spend 10 minutes, getting cards. So, okay. So the next guy, he's like, and I go, go ahead. I got a bunch of stuff in my cart here. I'm not in a hurry. Well, he's got to have cigarettes and this and that and the other. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute now. I'd have been already done and out of here by now, right? So there's the next guy, and I was like, so how many people do I let go by when I was actually in front of all these people? I'm just trying to be nice. And I see one more person with a one item thing, and they go ahead, you know. So three people I let go by. And so there's this, another person there with one item, and I'm like, no, I'm next. And he kind of gave me a look like, well, what about me? And I was like, I just let four other people go in front of me. Actually, three, but he would that they would have been the fourth. But I'm still standing there. Just because I got a basket full of stuff, don't mean that I have to let the next person that comes in the store that only has one item. I just thought, well, go ahead. I got a basket full. No, ain't it my turn now? So I was like, wait a minute. I didn't get anything out of this, but um, it was the person who was next in line with one item, you know what I mean? And I was just like, sorry, you're not going to make me feel bad. I'm going to do my thing. But then there was like, well, you sure wish I'd hurry. Well, I let all these other people go first. Don't bet you me, it's my turn. I'm in line, I got money, my turn. And how many other people would say, nah, go ahead, go around? And here's the thing, very few people And I do this a lot because I'm genuinely like, sorry I got onto this, Chloe. I didn't forget you. Pass along the medicine for your descendants. Well, here's the thing, it may not be your descendant, okay? We are the elders of the tribe of earth. Our descendants may not be blood related, okay? There are many people that I am no relation to that are closer brothers and sisters, through just meeting and having similar paths and, so forth. And communal understanding and learning of the universe and so forth, um, and paying attention when spirit gives you, some information. There are people who learn information and then get a little full of themselves. Like, well, see, I've learned this now. You can't do that. I mean, I I don't stress over it now like I used to, but it's always on my mind that if I push an idea too hard, then somebody's going to say, well, he's just full of himself. No, but these folks sometimes will push me to the point where, and you've heard me talk about like, okay, I think they get the point, you know. But it's that important, at the time. But it's also important that things that I've discussed here these last couple of months are really important for this next year. You gone, Richard? Okay, Merry Christmas to you. I hope that did you have to. Yeah, you're very welcome. And I'm glad you come and hang out with us. I really mean that, Richard. It's good to know for Bedfordshire. I need to study on that one, Richard. Have a great day though, and we'll see you next time around. Okay, Chloe, I'm ready. All right. I'm sorry I got distracted and all that. Dang, our stuff just wanting to right. As I'm looking, listening for Chloe's hand up, um, they picture an elderly, me without glasses, sitting around a fire, in my native robe and a blanket around me, and the grandchildren are around, and grandfather, tell us a story. And so, um, and because I am old enough to be quite a few grandfathers, and I am actually a great grandfather, so there you go with that. So, but the grandfather, the elder or grandmother, um, is teaching the descendants that they may not be at anywhere near blood related, but we're all part of the tribe. So our responsibility, uh, because we've lost certain traditions, and the certain traditions are that these simple things about what the animals mean and what they meant to our ancestors, and the learning of don't overeat and don't overtake more than you need, and just and asking when it's really necessary, like the other day when I couldn't find that part, and I walked out of the shed and I looked up at the sky and I said, please show me where. I walked in the house and there I spotted it like within a minute of asking for help. So, and I'd walked by that same spot a dozen times looking for the part. And it wasn't until I asked for help that they gave me the perspective that I could see it down. And it was there. You couldn't just it had to be right at that spot that I could see that box on the floor over there. I'm just saying. So um, I keep being proof is always there for me. All I I want to say almost daily. Nah, daily. Little things that you go, ooh, there's one of them spiritual things. Oops, there's one of them, you know, them shaman things to learn. Oops, there's one of those awareness things. Oop, and they're just tiny little lessons. But when you really become aware and start becoming even more observant, I went through a phase, you know, a little while back, and that couple of years ago, but in that I had become sure of myself. Okay, and it is important that you become sure of yourself. I haven't forgot you, Chloe. I got the card shuffled. That's interesting. Antelope showing up again. Um, but when you really get it and you're really sure that, oh my God, oh do I, oh do I really am a part of the universe. I really am a drop of water in the ocean. But we're all, oh my God, when you really get it, or something like that, when you think you understand it, but then somewhere along the line there's this other layer of understanding something that you heard a gazillion times, and then all of a sudden it's like, holy crap, whoa. And you might not even be stoned, you just be like, oh man. And it just comes on you, right? So, but that's important. Yeah, I was picking through the cards, and they made me reshuffle. And this that's a strong card. Well, here's the thing, and I really did know. I mean, I really did get this different understanding, and all of a sudden, all these things that I've studied gelled. That I really did. But, and it is with all human beings that when you really get it, you're so proud of yourself. And so then, in a way, you become boastful because you want to kind of share. I got this thing. Look what I found out. Get this. And other people are going, yeah, so what? No, 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 I really. And so to other folks, it makes it. Uh, and I wasn't trying to be like egotistical about it. I was really freaking proud that I figured it out, and I got it, you know and but then other people could very easily take that as like, for example, okay, I got your card here, Chloe. It's coming up. But for example, the person or persons who is a born again Christian, and everything is, and I know because Jesus saved me. Him, I saw his blood come off the cross. He reached down and saved me. Hallelujah. Okay. And now I'm going to save you. I'm going to heal you. You come to church. Read the Bible. And in John it said, hallelujah. Okay. Okay. All right. And you just want to choke them? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be polite. You guys know I am. But there are some people who have hallelujah, they have hallelujah themselves into a predicament, in my personal opinion. But it's just like, hallelujah, brothers and sisters. And where it let's see, where's that hymnal? let me shove this some fish either up your ass or down your throat until they meet in the middle and you shut up, you know? I mean, I really am proud for you, but, you know, but anyway, so I wasn't quite that bad, I don't think. Looking for me, it was bad because I was like, "Oh, holy crap. You really got to figure out how to present this with, that's why I tell stories about myself in certain circumstances in that the lessons learned versus I'm telling you the spirit said this is the truth. Now, let me tell you my story and y'all figure it out for yourself. This is what I found out to be true and this is how and why. Versus oh, Jesus told me and God told me. No, let me just tell you about this predicament I was in, and this is what I learned, you know. So, holy Jesus myself, they let me get home. Me and Doug are safe this evening. Oh man, can you imagine that? Two brand new parts are bad. Hey, Greed Houdini, how are you? I have that problem all the time thinking, yeah. Now, knowing it and being confident in it, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, okay? But it's how you convey it to others. That's the trick, right? So and as a puppeteer storyteller, I had to sell my shtick, okay? I had to sell my act without being so, well, I'm the best puppeteer and all this, and uh, but a lot of mine, it took a lot of performances and a lot of hard work so that I gained a reputation from the people that I did, in schools and libraries and stuff like that. So once a couple of libraries said the guy's great, then other folks just like, okay, we'll hire you. But then after I got busted, with the helicopter thing, uh, no, it wasn't my helicopter. They busted me with the helicopter. My ear, if your earbuds worked. What, I don't talk loud enough? let me turn up my voice a notch. No, that'll wake Duggar up. But Merry Christmas, everybody who's come in. Oh, Chloe, your card, and I kind of I want to thumb through them again. But your first card up, that is the strong card, is number one. It's Eagle. Okay, I've moved my book. So Chloe, and I shuffled these things a couple of times, and I want to say that um, Eagle popped up a couple of times. There are some times when I'll like look at the bottom of the deck when I normally don't look at the bottom of the deck because I don't want to know what the cards are or where they are. I don't want to have any influence on them. But when I flip a card over, it's almost like, what? You want me to look at it? Yeah. Oh, there was the eagle. And I was like, okay. But I can't remember if it was upside down or not. But I shuffled them and did them again. And, proof being, there's the eagle card. So, but anyway, and it's number one in the book. So, um, eagles and hawks have a lot in common. And there are times when, now we don't have any eagles around here. We've got osprey that really big and all, but they're not eagles. Close, but no pickle. Okay, eagle is spirit. Okay, and it's upright. So eagle fly high, touch great spirit, share your medicine, touch me, honor me, so that I may know you too. So here's an interesting, what did I say before I pulled this card was that, you know, your destiny and pulling these cards and learning this information, at some point you're going to be the elder. At some point you're going to be the teacher. At some point you're going to help promote this basic knowledge and healing to other people who are going to need it, you know? And we don't have to go anywhere. Things are going to happen, and that you know we might actually have to go somewhere. And one of the places we might have to go is out of our comfort zone. I'm just saying, because if this shift happens, shit happens all the time. But if this shift happens the way they are discussing, and I mean, never before have some of these folks ever set a date. You hear me? And there are three different factions that are setting a date for February, March of this coming year. We'll see. If it does, it's going to be fun. So, but all of this is good information for all of us. But for Chloe, this is for you. Eagle medicine is the power of the Great Spirit, the connection to the divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of the earth. Eagle soars and is quick to observe expansiveness within the overall pattern of life. From heights of the clouds, eagle is close to the heavens where the Great Spirit dwells. Feathers of eagle are considered to be the most sacred of healing tools. They have been used for centuries by shamans to cleanse the auras of patients coming to them for healing. Within the belief system of Native American tribes, eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the tests of initiation, which result in the taking of one's personal power. It is only through the trial of experiencing the lows in life as well as the highs, and through the trial of trusting one's own connection to the Great Spirit, that the right to use the essence of eagle medicine is even earned. I got to interrupt. I got to go back. Within the belief systems of Native American tribes, eagle represents a state of grace. Think about that, how graceful they fly. A state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the tests of initiation, which result in the taking of one's personal power. Now, in one of the other cards I was reading about, I read about the initiation, right? So life is our initiation. So here's this thread through the different cards. But also, it's the state of grace. And there are certain times when you understand, you reach a certain point of you understand something, you go like, oh my God, I really am, as much as I don't like ants, I see their point. Oh, okay, I don't like them, but I accept them. Oh my God, there are certain things that, when you understand some simple things, that it can expand your mind greatly. But that's the hard work of any of us in our journey for a spirit. And that's our journey. That's why are we here? It's to do a good job while we're here and learn. So it is only through trial of experiencing the lows in life as well as the highs, and through the trial, this is the important part, and through the trial of trusting one's own connection to the Great Spirit, that we have the right to use the essence of eagle. So, but the experience of connection to Great Spirit. So there are folks who are too afraid to try or to work or whatever, but in this, but this eagle medicine, as the cards come up, it's we're asking eagle, the spirit of eagle, which eagle is the spirit, right? So if we all want this, then here's eagle giving us the spirit to do it. Okay. If you pulled this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage, for the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places within your soul or your personality or your emotions or your psyche that need bolstering or possibly refinement. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. So, for example, you might like to write short stories or something. I love writing short stories and things. Anyway. Um, but if I were to have actually tried to publish some of these stories, or, I rewrote, Dickens and we performed, I've literally written several plays, but I haven't tried to publish them. So maybe I should do that. You know what I mean? So, but in that, um, in being astute, you may recognize the places in your soul or your personality or your emotions or your psyche that need bolstering or refinement. So, whatever for me, it was like I actually should have done something about that, right? So maybe there's a talent that you haven't really, used to its fullest potential, because if you did, maybe there that by trying a little bit of something, you learn that you're really good at it, and it's like this big, and then all of a sudden it's this big, so you don't just learn, it's like it becomes a new reality. Well, it's just a hobby. Well, maybe, but anyway, so with eagle, looking beyond the horizon. So you know how to do this little thing, but have you actually gone up a little higher and looked over the edge of the swamp? So the power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places that might need help. Okay. It doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong. It means that, whoa, look at that. I could do better. Or there's an opportunity for me to learn something. It doesn't mean you got to go through anything painful. It just means you're being aware. In learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown. Now, the unknown can mean a lot of stuff. It could mean, well, I'd really like to do this. It's just a hobby, but you're afraid to do it okay, there's a fear. So, but I'm just saying, well, I was a puppeteer and I was afraid to try to sell it to the public. And for several years, it went very well. So, um, in learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown, the wings of your soul will be supported by the ever present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. Now, that's some heavy right there. Feed your body, but more importantly, feed your soul. Within the realm of Mother Earth and Father Sky, the dance that leads to flight involves the conquering of fear and the willingness to join in the adventure that you are co creating with the divine. If Eagle has majestically soared into your cards, you are being put on notice to reconnect with the element of air. Air is air is of the mental plane, And in this instant, it is of the higher mind. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related to the creative force of the Great Spirit. If you've been walking in the shadows of former realities, Eagle brings illumination. Eagle teaches you to look higher and to touch grandfather's son with your heart, to love the shadow as well as the light. See the beauty in both, and you will take flight like the eagle. Eagle medicine is the gift we give ourselves to remind us of the freedom of the skies. Eagle asks you to give yourself permission to legalize freedom and to follow the joy in your heart. How about that? I know exactly what that a la air sign. Okay, now we have a follow-up card that through it kind of uh, it didn't really puke itself up, but anyway, it was like, whoa, here, and it's Dragonfly number 27 upside down. Interesting, there's been a lot of upside down cards. Um, and Dragonfly, we'll see where this one's attached, right? Eagle being number one. Let's see, 27, 28. There's Armadillo. And we've had Dragonfly before, so this is not a new one, but interesting. Okay, so Eagle, high, observing, etc. Dragonfly, illusion. So would you be looking to higher heights to uncover illusion? Dragonfly breaks illusions, brings vision of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it, believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Now, what did the thing in for Eagle just say? If you actually believe, then the breath of the Great Spirit, it will lift you up, right? Wow. So know it, believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeling you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Okay, connected? Illusion. Dragonfly medicine is of the dream time and the illusionary facade we accept as physical reality. The iridescence of dragonflies' wings reminds us of colors not found in our everyday experience. Dragonflies' shifting of color and energy, form and movement explodes in the mind of the observer, bringing vague memories of a time or place where magic reigned. Some legends say the dragonfly was once dragon and that the dragon had scales like dragonflies' wings. Dragonfly was full of wisdom and flew through the night, bringing light with its fiery breath. The breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic and the illusion of changing form. Then dragon got caught in its own facade. Coyote tricked dragon into changing form, and the shape of its new body became like dragonflies. In accepting the challenge to prove its power and magical prowess, dragon lost its power. Now, this is interesting in what I was talking about a little earlier, in that when you have that aha moment and you want to share it, and to some folks, it's like, you know, in accepting the challenge to prove its power and magical prowess, dragon lost its power. So when you learn something and you might actually really have it through no fault of your own, but in order to prove it, you actually end up like a dragonfly. Just that's interesting. I was talking about this and dragonfly shows up. But anyway, dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment, and the communications from the elemental world. This elemental world is made up of tiny spirits of plants and of the elements of air, earth, fire, and water. In essence, This world is full of nature spirits. If dragonfly has flown into your cards today, you may have forgotten to water your plants. On another level, you may need to give thanks to the foods you eat for sustaining your body. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions that you have held that might restrict your actions or your ideas. Now, dragonfly's upside down. Are you trying to prove to yourself or someone else that you have power? Are you caught in an illusion that weakens your true feelings or minimizes your abilities? If so, you may have contracted dragonfly dive bombing. Is this the final crash and burn? For some pipe dream that has no real purpose, look within and feel the sense of self energy within yourself. Notice if it is ebbing and find that point in time when you were deluded into believing that you'd be happier if you changed because someone else wanted you to change. Misery is a prime clue that you lose your will and your personal validity when you bought into somebody else's idea of who or what you should be. The illusion was that you would be happier if you did it their way. In forfeiting what you know is right and true for you personally, you give away your power. It is time for you to take it back. Follow Dragonfly to the place inside your body where magic is still alive and drink deeply of its power. This strength belongs to you. It is the power of becoming the illusion. This ability is ever changing and contains within it the knowledge that you are creating it all. So, how about them illusions? You're not supposed to prove it. And it's interesting because I was talking about this before I read these cards, but and like and I'm just going to go back to the Bible thumper, born again Christian. Oh yeah, we all dream that, Travis. Well, maybe not so much anymore, but I make believe an illusion. Well, the illusion is on many levels, but here's the thing: you may really honestly like here. One and one is two. Really? Yes, absolutely. Do you know it positively? One and one is two and two equals four. Yes, positive. But you don't have to carry a sign around going, I know that two and two is four, nanny, nanny. Okay, that's a little over dramatic in a way, but you know, so then there is the illusion that somebody else is talking about two plus two is four, and you may not really know what they're talking about. So you create the illusion that you know what they're talking about. Okay. So you create an illusion in a way that you know something you really don't can understand, right? And we've all probably done it on some level at some point in our time in our life, right? Or it may have yet to come, right? Um, and there's nothing really wrong with that, but it is because it's a lie, and it may be based on a partial truth, um, or that we may be overemphasizing. Well, I know what two plus two is. Well, okay, so see, I know basic math. Okay, so this guy is trying to explain, how to compute the trajectory of a satellite as it goes around the moon to do a slingshot to Mars or something, right? And but two and two is four. Okay, that's good, right? Nothing wrong with that. Basic math is, but you may not really understand the math someone else is talking about. Does that make you wrong? No. Does it make it wrong that you show people how much you know that two and two is four? Not really. But if you overemphasize it, or, it's that you create the illusion that you maybe four and four is eight, but you're not quite sure. So you're creating the illusion for yourself or to somebody else, possibly, right? That um, now that I know the basis of this, eight and eight might even be 16. Holy crap. So you see the potential, but the illusion is because you know that two and two is four, that somehow eight and eight is 16. It's assumed, that's the illusion, right? But it's math and can be proven. So, but there are folks who are dealing in quantum angles and geometric terms and trigonometry. And, I couldn't find that trigonometry anywhere. I looked through the woods. They said there's a trigonometry out there. And does it look like an oak tree? Does it look like a pecan tree? Or, even a pecan tree? Um, but anyway, but with that, so understanding and knowing, uh and it's not about being egotistical, but the ego always wants to make sure that if I know that two and two is four, anytime I can, I'm going to prove this to somebody, you know and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Especially if you're talking with somebody else that's going, I read this book and I think two and two is four. And there's been a lot of theory that two and two is four. But somehow you've already understood it and it's in your heart. You know that two and two is four. And somebody else is coming along going, I did one and one the other day and it came out to be two. Wow. And then I had this idea, what if you had two would that be four? Oh my God. See, in spirituality, there are many different ways of seeing the mathematics of it, right? And sometimes it's by meditating with a tree. Sometimes it's watching going outside and looking at the stars, or maybe it could be anything if you're open. So, with Hawk and Eagle both presenting themselves tonight, that's interesting. But to just be observed. And so we all have to deal with that minor issue of ego. But as long as for me, I'm just like, Lord, keep me humble, you know? Uh, But there have been some times when I realized I had to get a little spiritually tough on some folks. Like, you know, this has been a ways back, but somebody was asking me about something, and like 2 weeks later, they'd ask me the same question, slightly twisted with a little bit of different color in it, and I'd go, "But you ask me something like, well, yeah, but this is slightly different." Yeah, but slightly, but it's the same thing. Well, so um, well, uh, ain't it still a dog? Well, what do you mean? Well, last week you had a poodle. Yeah, well, now you got a Dalmatian? Well, they're both dogs, but the Dalmatians like could eat the poodle. But but they're both dogs. They both eat, they both poop, they bark, they're dogs. So there are some things that in the spiritual realm of stuff that people just ain't paying attention to. Well, but it's a big dog, but it's still a dog. It's a four-legged critter unless it's had an accident or grew an extra one. But no. So spiritually speaking, there are folks who just keep banging their head on the wall, looking for the same answer to what's already been sent to them, but they're just too dumb to see it, or too. It's too obvious many times. Not talking about you. We can't. Uh, what y'all talking about? Yeah, and remember in what the one card said. Now, I don't mean you, Chloe, but there are a lot of ladies out there who go into this. Oh, we got a minute. I'm going to go back up here. Hey, Travis, do you need one of those blow up doll apparatuses for Christmas? I wouldn't say I know something I don't. It's more I know better and want to believe in illusion instead. Okay. But you understand the differences, though. That's what's important, Chloe. I make believe an illusion that I know isn't, but want to see. It's very. 3 years? Oh, please. Oh, ye of little. Well, can't be in. You're welcome. 2020. Yes, it is. It's 220. So here we go, my space friends. Is there anybody else? Somebody else wanted a card. I think I got enough in me for maybe two more ish. Depends on how buddy's out there. Yeah, Travis. You know, I hate just I just have sent you brought it up. So who cleans it up? The fleshlight. To what? Oh, look. Okay, now you got this stuff in this thing. Really? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, no. It's going to be gooey. It's going to be nasty. Hey, what are you going to buy a bottle brush and get down there and clean the thing out after you have done your business? I'm sorry, but there are certain things. It's like um, there years ago. It was like this is my left hand. This is my date for tonight. Okay, really? Yeah, I'm going to put some makeup on this hand, and this is my date for tonight. Okay. But this other stuff, I just look at some of these apparatuses and go, that may be okay, but you got to clean it up. I mean, so you're going to be in there with your flashlight like it's a toilet, okay? And you got your little bottle brush. Now imagine this, now that you've dumped your load, you're in there going, blah, blah, I'm cleaning up. What are you doing, honey? Cleaning up my flashlight, la, la, la. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh, but it feels good. Well, who's going to clean it out? I don't know. I'll just throw it under the bed. What? Whoa. And okay, let's not stop there. But I'm not approved. Okay, but I do not go searching for some of these things. But I have, like many years ago, I made a very big mistake and I did not pronounce the word correctly, and I saw this thing about. I thought it said feisting. Okay, and it said fisting. All right. What? Okay. So feisting. What the hell is feisting, right? Ding, 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 click. Holy shit. Whoa. 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 Oh, I didn't really. No, I really don't want to look at that. I'm sorry. No, no, no. You put two of them in there? No, 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 no. Lord have mercy, please, Jesus. Is that humanly possible? What the hell was up there before? What? I'm just saying. So, but anyway, the contraptions for Women? Well, I guess men could use them too, but I'm like, what? Bling, bling, ding, ding, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, are you serious? These contraptions, I'm having me and a friend of mine, and being having been engineers all our life, and have made machines that had similar actions, okay, to what some of these machines that some of these women buy, and they're noisy, they're clunky, they're huge, they're made out of aluminum. These machines, and I'm like, what? So me and my buddy, we was like, you know, we have helped design things in production and for multi-million dollar corporations and stuff. Could somebody come up with a better contraption than some of these things? And I don't know how much they go for, but you know, I was like, man, dude, I could make these in my shop because I made similar machines like this, you know, but not for that purpose. Holy crap. Oh my God. Anyway, just was one of them things. But and it's all your fault because you brought it up. It took a right turn or a left turn. But anyway, um, eh, my point to this is that what people will go through for this anyway. I think the things for the women was that, oh my God, I had never thought about some of those machines that we worked on that could ever be used for something like that, you know. And my our basic thought was not so much for the woman, but it was the design of the machine, you know, which is still funny to me. And there's like, don't care what the woman's getting out of it, but that machine right there sucks. What we're doing, I don't care what the women now don't look at that machine. That is one of the worst designs I've seen in my yeah, but look what the don't care about what no, don't care. This machine, it's designed. Yeah. I mean, honestly, when I first got into it, I was like, I don't really want to look at that, you know, but the machine really intrigued me, you know. So but this has been many years ago, but you know, me and my buddy, we were just like, and we honestly were intrigued by the machine, you know. Uh, and it still in a lot of ways is like I would just like to build one just to see if I could do better. Not that I really care, but it just it's the machine, not what it does. But anyway. Did someone else? Yeah, somebody. Yeah, I'm done with the subject. That's enough. Had to get it out. Just one of them things I didn't want to take into the next year. uh it had two things, one higher than the other. Oh, right, Super. That's right. You wanted one. Okay. Project Skyfalls. I'm going to say this. I live by myself. So I'm going to say I live by myself. All right, Super Screen. Um, yeah, please. Next topic. Um, have I pulled a card for you before? Because I'm trying to. I know I've pulled one for Houdini before. I think. Um, My spirit guides kind of trying to look for your hand. And super, if you don't know how this works, okay, all right. These are my instructions, please. For I ask you and anybody who gets a card to close their eyes for like 30 seconds and just picture that you're raising your hand up and in the spirit realm, like you're in a classroom or something, and there's a bunch of people out there, and you raise your hand so I can tell it's you. Okay, give me 30 seconds. My spirit guide can find you. Okay, it's sort of like you put your antenna up, and it's the best way I am able to visualize who's out there. Okay, so it's a really simple, but it seems to work, and most folks, I guess. um um I know Chloe and some other folks actually do what I ask them. I don't know if everybody does, but it really does help me for my spirit guide to be able to pick you out in the crowd kind of thing, because there's a lot of noise and things out there. And quite frankly, I really don't know how I do this, but as the cards say, you have to trust the creator. You have to trust. You have to. You have to. You have to. Or you can just be pulling cards out to your yin yang, and but here's another thing about cards. And I know some folks, and I don't mean you, Barry, um, but I know some folks who've got cards, and because they purchased the cards, they are somehow now card readers. Okay. And you could pull a card for anybody, and maybe you are really doing it correctly or whatever, and you're honoring it, or maybe it's just chance. Okay. Now, you all determine whether or not the cards are right for you, right, Chloe? I mean, I don't make no bones if this is for you or not. Okay. I pull them, and, okay, this one's for you. All right. If it means something, okie doke. But in the long run, the cards usually mean something for somebody during the reading night. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, but the folks, just because you get a deck of cards, don't necessarily mean that I had these cards for years before I ever did a reading for anybody except myself. So, as part of the shaman in training business, if you want to read cards, okay, but you should be very careful about reading for somebody else until you've learned how to read them for yourself. Okay? Be confident with your spirit guide. And folks are going to ask you, and you're going to, oh, I'll pull a card for you. For your own safety, for your own benefit, because if you've got cards and you intend to use them for somebody else and not just for yourself, even if you want to use them for yourself, you want to learn how to use them for yourself. You want to get that right energy and be able to know that when I get that feel or whatever, this is it. Not that one or this one over here. It's this one. And so, okie doke. So, but and maybe part of this is for you, Barry. I know you've got cards and everything, and we have talked about this. So, but I don't know how far we talked. But anybody that's new to cards, break yourself in. You know, in the beginning of this particular card, that shows you how to do layouts. Okay, and so ask one of the things that you should do is like ask a specific question of your spirit guide. Okay, not anything else or whatever, so that you can prove, okay, that the answer is right, that you can prove that your spirit guide is speaking to you and it's not just chance. Okay. Because if you really want to do card readings, then you want to connect with your spirit guide, not to the cards, but to your spirit guide. All right. There are folks who use tarot and other kinds of cards, and there are spirits who inhabit the cards. Okay. They become part of the cards. Not what you want to do. These cards are only representations of what the spirit guide says here. This one's for them. And now, upside down or not, yeah, we could make that mistake. But if the card is a hot card, that card's for them. And, upside down or not, but the message is in there. Eagle, one way or the other, there's medicine there. But anyway, so for any person who does a reading with new cards, if you're serious and if you got them, then I think you're serious. Then learn yourself, make that connection with your spirit guide. And once you do, you'll be like, okay, guys, sometimes you want them to shut up. I love you. Merry Christmas to them guys up there too. Who else? But hey, Spitfire, music science. So, but anyway, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from it, but there are folks who just do it for fun and whatever, For me, I don't want to do it if I'm going to be wrong. And Barry and I talked about this too. And we would I'd rather not do it. I'd rather just tell somebody, please, not now. I don't have that connection. I we don't want to make a mistake. And you should be concerned because somebody's asking for the spirit world to give a message, and you just say, well, here's one. Is that really fair? So for me, and I know Barry and I have talked about it. Yeah, I will not. It will not. It won't let you if the feeling isn't right. Absolutely. See, and Barry, and he sort of learned that on himself, right? So I'm not talking out of turn, but there are other people who do card readings. As soon as they get them, and they're like, "Ooh, look at me! I got cards," and um, I haven't heard anything in their voice that they understand. Maybe not they. Oh, I did the card reading, and I'm just, um, and there's nothing like, I don't know. It's too nonchalant. Okay, they just pass it off. All right, I'm done yakking. Um, did I say who was first? Hey, Lady Spitfire. Let's see. Um, Green Houdini and oh, right. Okay, I was explaining about raising your hand. Okay, so now I'm ready. 30 seconds. Close your eyes. Raise your hand, and I'm looking for cards. Sorry, I got a little bit stoned, and it's getting early too. But um, for me, I go through the deck and put them between my fingers and thumb and scan. And one of my fingers it'll hit a card, and there'll be something that my fingertips go, "Yep, that's the one." And I can filter through the others, and they just feel like cards. Now, different people do their readings different ways. They might shuffle the cards, and the one on the top is the card, or the one on the bottom is the card. All right. That somehow through the shuffling, the card appears. And that's sort of true. Oh, look at this. The the side card is whale. Interesting. But that's not the card. It's frog, amphibian. Interesting. But the backup card, yeah, kitty yak, don't talk back. I haven't used. Oh, I know you do, Chloe. Here's the thing, don't be scared because the only way to learn is to practice. So if you don't practice, you can't learn. But set up a certain parameter, like I don't know. Um, If you're sort of sure about something spiritually, just maybe whatever, just ask the spirits in a simple layout or something, sort of like a yes or a no, and um, uh, and the practice will be like, oh, that answers that. Yeah, that fits. Or you look at it and go, yeah, I don't know, that's a stretch. Okay. So the honesty is when you're doing the cards for yourself, yeah, that's a stretch. Okay. Don't try to make the card fit. If it doesn't fit, then then the the card chose you. You didn't choose the card, kind of thing. I mean, it's like, or maybe you chose the card and the card didn't choose you. So for me, I went through this. Here's the whale card. Oh, there's the antelope again. Now, okay, antelope and the whale, separate places. The whale's over here. It was shuffled in. This was the bottom of the deck. Okay, I just picked it up by accident, but frog is the main card. So these cards keep showing back up as I shuffle them. Okay, I ain't looking for them, but the frog was the hot card. Okay, it's number 38. Let me find the book in my other pair of glasses. So, Super Scream. Yep, this is for her. Super Scream, it's frog, number 38. Interestingly enough, the antelope was the bottom card that I just happened to pick up, but it's number 37 in the book, and frog is number 38. So they're cousins in the book or neighbors. Frog is cleansing. Now, Super, this is for you. Um, Sing, frog, sing. Call the rains. Quench the dryness. Cleanse the earth. Then fill me up again. Frog sings the songs that bring the rain and that make the dirt road more bearable. Frog medicine is akin to water energy and east on the medicine wheel. Frog teaches us to honor our tears, for they cleanse the soul. All water rites belong to Frog, including all initiations by water. Water prepares and cleanses the body for sacred ceremony. It is the element we understand best in the womb. Frog, like ourselves, is a polywog in fetal waters and only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. I love that line. It only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. Now, fluidity, what does that mean? Fluid, water, polywog in the womb, a tadpole in the water, right? Fluidity, they just wiggle everywhere, wrong? Um, but anyway, but he only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. I just, anyway, I find that it's the transformation into adulthood prepares frog for its power to call in the waters of the skies rain. And knowing the element of water, frog can sing the song that calls the rain to earth. When the ponds are dry, frog calls upon the thunder beings to cleanse and replenish the earth with water. Like frog, we are asked to know when it is time to refresh, purify, and refill the coffers of our soul. Okay? Soul. If frog hopped into your cards you chose today, it is rivet may be calling you in the cleansing you need. If you were to look to where you are today, would you use any of the following words to describe your condition? Tired, overloaded, harried, frustrated, guilty, itchy, nervous, at a loss, empty, or weakened. If so, take a break and allow yourself to bathe in the waters of frog medicine. This could mean a long, relaxing bath, disconnecting the phone, yelling stop, or taking in deep, cleansing breaths. The key thought is to find a way to rid yourself of distractions and to replace the mud with clear energy. Then replenish your parched spirit, body, and mind. And the ability of frog medicine people is to give support and energy when it is needed. A frog medicine person can clean negative energy from any environment. Many mediums or clairvoyants who work with cleansing haunted houses carry frog medicine. Many of the world's seers use water on their hands when tapping into other realms of reality due to water's superconductive nature in scrying water in a bowl. In Mayan and Aztec shamanic practices, the shaman places water in his or her mouth and sprays it over the body of a patient to clear it away from any negative energy. This is done while holding the thought of frog firmly in the mind so that healing may occur and the patient may be replenished with positive energy. Sometimes dried and stuffed frogs are also used to guard the person's body during the session. Frog speaks of new life and harmony through its rain song. The deep tones of frog's rivet are said to be the call to the thunder beings, thunder, lightning, and rain. The rivet is the heartbeat that comes into harmony with Father Sky and calls for the replenishment needed. Call the frog and find peace in the joy of taking time to give it to yourself. A part of this giving is cleansing yourself of any person or place or thing that does not contribute to your new state of serenity and replenishment. Now that's the key part of this one they're telling me at the moment. Frog speaks of new life and harmony. A part of this giving is cleansing yourself of any person, place, or thing that does not contribute to your new state of serenity and replenishment. In other words, if it's negative, you don't have to accept it. You know, for those of you here the at the end, um, it sounds like an infomercial. Yeah, yeah. So here's the interesting thing: going back to the water drops, that each one of us is a drop of water in the grand scheme of things, and here we are coming around to frog is still about. All of these cards have been connected one way or the other tonight. You know what I mean? For those of you who've been around, you can see it. But frog medicine in the cleansing part, uh, you know, and I like the idea of taking time. It's nice and often overlooked to sheer away from that which holds you back is important. Yes, absolutely. Uh, yeah, there are people who will try to muddy our waters. And it's all right to get dirty as long as you know you fixing to go clean off. You know what I mean? Playing in the mud's okay, but wallowing in it and staying in it and living in it and being mud, nah. You know. So, but anyway, so does that make sense to you? Super. If so, see, that's good. And but the antelope and the whale were reinforcing cards to that. Okay, so whatever we have talked about is also reinforcing your card. You see, if that makes sense, since this is your first time with a card. So, and that's good for all of us because these same cards are are showing up for me to prove strength in the cards. You know, the repetition of them. Like some nights bear will show up, or some nights, no matter how I shuffle the cards, one of these other cards will show up. Well, tonight it's antelope and uh, the eagle showed up earlier, and a bird visiting. I heard an awful commotion. My cat. Well, that's good, super. Now, let me give you let me I have talked about this before. Okay, so in some of the quote secret teachings that I had was given in my medicine man shaman training, that the right hand is for receiving and the left hand is for getting rid of. So you want to get rid of something, put it in your left hand and give it away. All right, not necessarily uh, good things, but you want to get rid of a negative energy. So the trick that was is, if you try it, you might like it. That you put your left hand on the ground and your right hand and point it toward the sky, and whatever it is that you want gone, um, will from the ground, because you're giving it away, right? And but from the sky, you're going to receive. Okay, so that you're receiving the energy from the atmosphere, you're going to run it through your body, give it away with your left hand, okay, to the ground. Now find a place that you don't want to do it next to a tree or something. That if you got like a lot of negative energy that's like really hurting, you don't want to kill something, right? But in the grounding and clearing, though, and in many native to other ceremony type things, left hand to get rid of the negative, right hand to receive the good stuff. Just in several different ceremonies, like moon ceremonies and other things, it's the same. So it's consistent. Now you might find something that works for you, but if you want to try to follow like some of the ancient teachings, left hand to the ground, right hand to the sky. Just very simple and very humbly. Get on one knee or whatever's comfortable. Left hand on the ground, and it's very simple. I wish to release, and if it's a certain thought or a thing or a feeling or whatever it is that specifically that you want to get rid of, then that's what you want to get rid of. I want to release any negative that is, don't make it a long drawn out speech, but whatever the negative is that you want to get rid of, I want to get rid of my next door. This is not true. My next door neighbors are really nice, uh, but there's another neighbor that hasn't been so nice on the other side. So that one, but um, I want to get rid of all the negative feelings that my next door neighbor, on the other side, is giving me. I don't want to hold it. I don't want any anger. I want to get rid of it. The negative energy that's been sent my way, whatever, right? Um, and left hand on the ground. You don't try to think about nothing else, because if that's you want to get rid of specifics. Now, if you're just generally angry at a bunch of shit, then put your hand on the ground and say, I want to get rid of all this angry shit I got in me. And you might not be specific. But in the grand scheme of things, though, hey, Kathy, well, and Merry Christmas to you too and all the family. I still say my prayers for the family of, uh, uh, class of 70 and all y'all out there. So I'm glad to see you, and Merry Christmas, Kathy, and to you and yours, and pass along a howdy to everybody that you can. And I'm still alive, still here in South Georgia. So be safe, Kathy. Thank you so much for all that you've done and still do. God bless you, hon. Honest. Any sort of marker to make navigation of light. Yeah. But some folks won't look at, it'll like bump them literally right in the face. Yeah. Kathy and I went through grade school together, Most Holy Redeemer, and also a Tampa Catholic. So, yeah, we have known each other for a long time. And the fact that, yeah, and Kathy was there for me a few years ago. After I got a really bad banged up head banged and and I still thank you for that, Kathy. I do. I send a lot of prayers out to a lot of people. You know, some people say, "Well, don't you have something better to do at my age?" Not really. Me and the dog can go for a walk, and I can do all the praying I want to. So, but anyway, thank you, Kathy, and and remember this if you're still there. For the coming year, um, have a great year. Have a great year. Keep it simple. What? Just have a good year. Have a great year. And we love you. Thank you. And I know I got somebody else needs a card. Much love and cosmic hugs. Only if you believe it to be. Illuminate your path. Somebody else is supposed to get a card. Uh, okay, I can't remember. Raise your hand. Alex, how are you? Good to see you. Mary Williams. Oh man, something was going through my head, and I was like, and it had something to do with the 20 mark, right? You come in, it's Greeny, thank you, Houdini. I was like, it's the two-part word in my head that I can't remember either one part, either part. Oh my God, I've been at this for almost 5 hours. No wonder I feel like I'm getting tired. Hey, Greeny, you still want a card? I think I got one more in me. We must venture your path, learning, finding. Yeah, but you know what, Chloe? There's some folks who, and I was one of them. Parts of my journey have been absolutely gorgeous, and some of the journey has been like, you know, I'm like Brer Rabbit in the briar patch. Holy crap, having what? Can't find. All right, super. Glad you stopped in, and however it is with you, there are those of us out here that you're welcome to come and share anytime, as long as folks are respectful, come and hang out with us. And because we talk about all kinds of stuff. And sometimes I go off on tangents and other people do, but we try to keep it clean in here. And most of the time it is. Great knowledge also comes with great responsibility. Yep. Well, Chloe, I didn't say it, but I have. But that's what the elders have said to me. If you're seeking knowledge, okie dokie. But as you learn the knowledge, then the more knowledge you get, there's a responsibility to it. If you're true to it, if you're true to the knowledge, if you're true to yourself, and you don't really have to go out of your way to do anything, or, there are folks who have great knowledge and stuff, and they might not have a YouTube channel and blab on for 5 hours like I do. But what they do have is they can sit and talk to their grandchildren, or there's other ways that they have, quote, influence as an elder, or a um, a simple a spiritual advisor, if you will. Green Houdini is next. Did I asked? Should did raise their hand? Yeah, super. Um, I don't have a problem with it. I really don't. I mean, I've accepted my path as, this is what I'm here for, and I'm good with it. I really am. I mean, and I like hanging out with you all too. So, but anytime, come back and hang out with us. Um, this I got one more in me, Greenie. Yeah, glad you came. Absolutely. He's a midnight toker. I'm shuffling. So Greenie, close your eyes for 30 seconds and raise your hand in the group room there, so old spirit guide can pick you out. Yeah, I got one more. I don't know about two, but you're good, Greenie. I got you. Yeah, and Aruba. Hmm. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Turtle. Greenie, this is for you. Turtle. Okay. And possibly badger. I'm not sure, but that would be the second card. Esty, how are you? Happy Crankymas. Yeah, what time is it? 3:02. It's 3:02 a.m. Christmas morning here on Hawkeye Radio. And we welcome you to Southwest Georgia, here on the edge of the swamp of the Little Ochlockonee River. And I'm live here at the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. Honestly, there's a sign at the road. And I welcome you here on a Christmas morning to hang out and share with us. I have been pulling cards for free tonight as Christmas for folks. Uh, yeah, 402. Yeah, it's 3:02 here. I mean, the best. I pulled the turtle card for you one time before. Really? Well, the badger card is like the backup card, but the turtle card is like it's here again. So uh, if that's true, um, it's a curiosity to me that, like, I wonder why. If I pulled the turtle card for you, interesting that why did you get it again? Just you don't have to answer that. Mother Earth is turtle. Turtle, great mother, feed my spirit, clothe my heart, that I may serve you too. And turtle is a representation of Mother Earth. In Native American teachings, turtle is the oldest symbol for the planet Earth. You don't know? No, I think it was Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I do think it was squirrel last time for you. My lips are chapped and I have cotton mouth. you know, um, but I'm still alive. I'm still here. Um, you folks are beautiful people. I really do want this cigarette though. Um, Turtle is the personification of goddess energy and the eternal mother from which our lives evolve. We are born of the womb of earth, and to her soil, our bodies will return. In honoring the earth, we are asked by Turtle to be mindful of the cycle of give and take, to give back to the mother as she has given to us. Turtle has a shell which is similar to the protection that Earth has employed for centuries, more than centuries, but as her body has been defiled, Mother Earth's protection has come in the form of earth changes, new plant growth, the creation of new land and made by volcanoes and climate alterations. Like Turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy, and the unconsciousness of others. They want you to hear that. Like Turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy, and the unconsciousness of others. What does that mean? People who are unconsciously doing stuff that could bother you, hurt you, or maybe even get you killed. But the unconsciousness of others, and you go, wait a minute, what's that matter? A lot. Just think about it. Turtle teaches you through its habit patterns how to use protection. Oh my God, never mind. If you are bothered by the actions of or words of others, it is time to go inside yourself and honor your feelings. If you are attacked, it is time to give a warning snap. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you, to be grounded to the earth, and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth. Here's water again, right? There's been water and the droplets and the frog, and now it's the turtle. Water seems to be a really strong common denominator this morning in the cards. Uh, if you are attacked, it is time to give a warning snap. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you. Honor the creative source within you. To be grounded to the earth and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth energies, which represent turtles' two homes, to flow harmoniously with your situation, and you place your feet firmly on the ground in a power stance. Turtle is a fine teacher of the art of grounding. You may even be able to overcome some of your space cadet tendencies if you align with turtle medicine. In learning to ground, you are placing focus on your thoughts and actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. Now, there are times when we have a tendency to get ahead of ourselves one way or the other, but to slow to a turtle's pace doesn't mean to quit. Oh, well, I got the turtle card. I can slow down. I need to. You might be already going too dang slow. I don't mean you per se, Houdini, but um, there are folks who would use that as an excuse. Well, I might be going too fast. You might not be going fast enough, you know. Turtle will beat your ass. Get going. And learning to ground your or learning to placing your focus on your thoughts and actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. That's the deal. So if you got 2 acres of land and you're mowing it with a push mower, you're not going to start out running. You're going to be taking nice steps and strides. Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river. Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river, as evidenced by the plodding pace it keeps. Uh, Turtle buries its thoughts like its eggs in the sand and allows the sun to hatch the little ones. This teaches you to develop your ideas before bringing them out into the light. Look at the old fable of the tortoise and the hare and decide for yourself whether or not you would like to align with Turtle. Bigger, stronger, faster are not always the best ways to get to a goal. When you arrive, you may be asked where you've been, and you may not be able to remember. In that case, arriving prematurely can make you feel very immature. If you draw the turtle card, it augurs a time of connecting with the power of Earth and the Mother Goddess within. This is a reminder of the ally you have in Mother Earth. It does not matter what situation you have created, ask her for assistance, and abundance will follow. I asked the other day, help me find that part. I came in the house and boom, there she was. 2.5 days looking for that son of a gun. So turtle. Now, the other card that I'm not sure of, but I want to look it up is number 29, Badger. And so Badger is aggressiveness. Badger, badger, badger. Until you reach your goal, know the inner power that lives in your soul. Badger is vicious and attacks with powerful aggression. Badger is quick to anger and quicker to pounce. The power of Badger's medicine is aggressiveness and the willingness to fight for what it wants. The very thought of facing Badger makes other animals run for cover. Like Skunk, Badger's reputation precedes it. Its hissing fangs will tear less aggressive opponents to shreds. Badger is the medicine of many powerful medicine women, for Badger is also the keeper of the medicine roots. Badger sees all the roots of Mother Earth's healing herbs hanging in its burrow home. Now, Turtle, grounding Mother Earth, medicine. Badger is the medicine of powerful medicine women, the keeper of the medicine roots, Mother Earth's healing herbs. If Badger is part of your medicine, you are quick to express your feelings and do not care what the consequences are. Badger people oftentimes insist on carrying the ball for the touchdown. This attitude, however, does not endure them to their teammates. Now, as this also attitude is also what I was talking about when uh, when you learn a certain thing or you think you got it and so Badger people often insist on carrying the ball for the touchdown. However, this attitude does not endure them to their teammates. So we have to be careful with our aggressiveness, how we say it. Badger people can be vicious gossips or may exhibit a chip on the shoulder syndrome if they are out of balance. Now, it was upside down, so we get the idea of Badger. Here comes Badger upside down and fuming. This could mean that you are being chewed out by somebody else, or that you have expressed your anger in an unhealthy way. If this applies to you, or that you have expressed your anger in an unhealthy way. Now, this is generally all. If this applies to you, remember that all anger stems from anger towards the self. It is an anger of helplessness that is misdirected towards others. If you are angry at a coworker for telling the boss that you were looking for another job, you are really angry at yourself for not keeping your own secret. The reverse badger can issue in a time of reflection on what you feel helpless about, if you do. Is it your lack of aggressiveness or initiative? Is it your fear of being blasted or belittled? Maybe it's time when you need to get in touch with your own jealousy. In reverse, Badger teaches you the pitfalls of shyness and insecurity, as well as of misused or vicious aggressiveness. Go to your feelings. Maybe you just need to let off some steam. In another context, Badger could be calling you to use herbs and roots to heal your body. Badger reverse may also be putting you on notice to be aware of those areas in life that need the input of someone else's aggressive creativity. So now, what they're trying to show me with this is that um, something about turtle, and that you need to be more aggressive in whatever turtle is telling you, like maybe more aggressive in grounding yourself, maybe more aggressive in following your own spirit path. It doesn't mean that you're aggressive to other people or other things. It may mean that you need to get up your, find a pace with turtle, but be aggressive. Don't be, and maybe it's that snapping turtle. That badger upside down is the snap that adds the snap to the turtle. You know what I mean? But the turtle is Mother Earth and grounding, and both of them are saying that. And if there is any anger, whatever, uh, it is an anger of helplessness that is misdirected towards others. And sometimes our anger, somebody else is angry at us. And anyway, the anger thing just ain't worth it. And so get rid of it if you can. And you should figure it out. That's what we're here for, you know. So, and that's cold for you. It's 3:17 a.m. in the morning time here on Eastern Standard Time down in Southwest Georgia. Coming to you from the swamps of the Little Ochlockonee River and the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. This is David. No, Hawkeye Two Feathers being with you this morning. And Merry Christmas to all. And to all a good morning or good afternoon or evening, wherever you may be. It's almost 20 past the hour of 3. And I've been pulling cards from the Medicine Cards book here. And as a Christmas present to all of you and to my friends, and hoping that that you're doing the best you can, and I'm hoping that in the future with other events and things that um, you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. Because as all these things come about and go around, there are a lot of stuff that um, hopefully we will be some of the people to help calm some of these folks down, because some of the information that is going to be that folks are going to find out that is true, It's just gonna blow them away. You know, Jesus can't be an alien. Why not? The rest of us are. What? But anyway, oh, and all aliens are demons and all this other stuff. And oh, goodness gracious. Um, if that really is true and that angels, get around, yeah, they can fly. What they do have their wings, but to really get around, they got these really cool spaceships that go from place to place. It's a little hard to fly with wings in space, but just saying. Hey, ST, how you been? Somewhere out there, turtle will go after a toe. Man, I hit that. Boy, I hit that one right on the mark. Cheers, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm. I somehow don't feel like in the past where I have like felt Santa Claus in the air. Um, maybe Santa Claus was in the Frigidaire. Well, the North Pole Frigidaire, and I was thinking of the refrigerator Frigidaire. But anyway, craziness abounds here this morning at the Little O'Clockney River Hermitage. Goodness gracious me. But I do feel like this Christmas seems different in that there are some folks that, regardless of their station, uh, meaning, in royalty, whenever, your station in life, are you a mid-royal person, or are you of the butler, or are you the gardener, or are you the plumbing man that cleans the shit out of their commodes. So, what is your station in life? Well, as most of us understand, uh, that it's so simple that no one really is any better than the other in the eyes of the Creator. It doesn't matter. And in the eyes of God, if you're going to be the shirt up Christian thing. So, but in the universe, though, we're each a drop of water. We're each important. We're all grains of sand in the big time machine of sand. We're all important. We all are matter. We all are inner. We all inner. It's all part of the big picture, which Eagle, earlier on in the cards, was trying to say, look above the horizons to even further potential. So if good energies abound this year, now this is kind of sort of a they're helping me out with this explanation, but if these good energies abound this next year, well, let's, even if they don't, but if they don't come in like they say, okay, but our energies being in a good mood, especially when we leave all our trash behind this year, starting like now, and when we go into next year, we are going to have a good year. Simple. No matter what it is, it's going to be a good year. Well, what if there's a tornado? Well, that kind of stuff happens, but we're still going to have a good year because stuff happens, right? And we're not going to let the things that stuff happens bother us. We're going to deal with them when they come. But we ain't going to worry about them. We ain't going to take the worry or the fear with us. Whatever comes, it's going to be a good year. No matter what, it's going to be good. Well, blah, 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 blah. Well, okay, but, now it may not be good for every person, everywhere, at every time, because that's a little hard to do. But we have to look at the bigger picture, which is with the even the hawk earlier and the eagle card, to look higher and above more, and to be aware of more, to become the observer and keep our emotions out of it so we can clearly see what's going on. And so we can be emotional later on. But the time zone on Aruba doesn't change. Tropical region don't change time. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I kind of figured it was up to whatever they wanted to, but it literally, um, time zones are set by the longitudinal marks on planet Earth. Okay, it's when the Earth gets to a certain point every time, that's a bing, and then there's a, so, and they have just worked out that there's 24 of them puppies, around the earth, and that's what the time zones normally are, based upon the position of the sun. Now man has screwed with it all, whatever he, oh well, daylight savings time, yeah, but to a farmer or the Native Americans, is the light on or not? What do you mean? Well, is it daylight? Well, yeah. Well, then doesn't really matter what time of day it is if the light's still on, you know. But so Indian time is the daytime. Yes. Is it still light outside? Yeah. Okay. Well, then it's daylight. What time of day? It's daylight, and it's getting on towards sundown. Oh, okay. So that's later in the evening. Does it really matter? No. As to what time it is? No. But every day, about this time, the sun's going down, and in the summertime, it's real hot, and the sun stays up longer. Wintertime, ooh, it's daylight, no daylight, dark, lots, ooh. Okay. Some of this is just like natural stuff, but man has intervened and put his time stamp on things, But anyway, ouch, I poked myself in the eye. When your time zone again, change again. Okay, now I'm confused, Alex. It's 3:27 here, and it's 4:27 where you're at. Is that right? So you're an hour ahead of us now. But when the time changes, it will match. Am I right? What time is it where you are, Alex? That'll explain it to me. I think I got stoned. Well, but here's the thing. It if if everybody in whatever region I'm in, if all the clocks say it's 2 o'clock, and there's the sun's up, I'm assume that it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. And if everybody in this town or everybody in this state or wherever I'm at, wherever I happen to be at that moment, I'm in their time zone. Don't care what it means to me. I'm in their time zone. Okay. So I'm gonna, if somebody says, "Well, I'll meet you at 3 at the plaza," well, I want to make sure that whether my watch is correct or not. I'm gonna go by the local time, and I'm going to be at the plaza at at 2:55, right? To be there at 3 to meet whoever it is I'm meeting. Some lovely Chiquita. Never mind. But anyway, senorita. But so, in the grand scheme of things of time, well, it's time to go to bed. Are you tired? Not really. Well, then, um, well, it's time to do this. For my family growing up, 6 o'clock, it's supper time. It is 6 o'clock. You sit your an ass down and you will eat whether you like what's on your plate or not. You will not grumble. Children will be seen and not heard. Now, say your prayers. Honest to God, that's how we lived at my house. That's interesting. I have just this picture of us in our house on Margaret Avenue in Tampa. Uh, I was seeing Pops and Bessie and Lynn and me and Danny, right? And I'm like, I have that same table in my kitchen. I was just thinking, uh, yes, I'm an hour in front. We change again, we'd be on the right time. Right. Okay, I got you. I'm behind you all the way. you know, at this time in the morning. I've only changed time zones once going into Alabama. Yeah, I'll tell you what, when my brother Dan and I went all the way out to Seattle and down the coast and into California and cut across Nevada and around, changing time zones was really creepy because every day or so we were into a new we were into central time zone. I've been in central time zone for but moving having been all the way across central and then to get into mountain time, I was like, what? And then to go through mountain time and then be on Pacific time, it was like, what? And to have driven across it, um and it was very interesting, but it was a strange feeling because we were had to be at certain places at certain times, and we had to keep on moving. Our vacation was a lot of traveling, but man, I don't regret it a bit. I wish I could take at least that basic route again. I missed Colorado, was not in any part of Colorado or Utah, and only parts of Kansas, but about every other state we were in, um, out west. Kansas, Colorado, and Utah were the three I think we missed. Lady Spitfire, I was always late everywhere I went. Always, always, always. The reason I worked second and third shifts was I could not be on time on first shift. But now on second shift and third shift, I was very rarely late. Usually something had to be like I had to do or something came up, but I was pretty much on time on second and third shift. But first shift, forget about it. And I had a reputation at the theater. I'd say, okay, everybody meet me at 5:30. They'd show up about quarter to six because I was never there at 5:30. And they do it, and it became a big joke. And they'd say, well, be there at 6. And all the cast members would look at each other. Well, that means Mr. Dave will be here at quarter after, you know. And I was like, no, 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 I'm going to be here now. Y'all don't do that to me. And I got better, which surprised everybody. They were like, Mr. Dave's on time. And I was like, yeah, I told you now that just because there are times when I'm late, because sometimes, I'd be leaving the house and I'd be on time, but I'd have to be, I'm looking for a prop, or I got to go buy and pick up some wood, or I end up at Stones and takes me longer, to get some nails or screws or whatever it is I'm getting for the set, right? So it would run me later. And so, but to the truth though, I was more consistently late. But then when I put my foot down to myself, I said, "Nah, I got to do better." You know, I It's one thing to do this, but when you're the director of the show and you got the key to the building, you need to have your ass there early. And so instead of being late all the time, I started being early, and people were like really surprised. So was I. But it was another change in me. It was like, you know, I somehow I always kind of let it slip by. It was always important to me. All my clocks are set 5 to 10 minutes fast. I used to do these crazy rituals to try to be on time and all this other stuff because I was freaked out all the time about being late. It still is a holy ass fear of mine, and I don't have to be anywhere. But I mean, if I had an appointment somewhere, like we had to pay taxes, right? We were like 2 days late paying taxes. It was like a buck 50 or something over, whatever it was for being late. But the fear of not being on time, paying with all the issues I've had with paying my taxes and them almost taking my property twice since I've been here. I don't live in fear anymore, but it used to be this fear of mine would not be able to pay it on time. You see, there's that word time. And I remembered old thingies that old people used to tell me when I was growing up, you know, uh, save a little every month and you'll have it at the end of the year. Put $5 or $10 in the cookie jar, and don't spend it because it's for taxes or it's for this or and so in my later years when I can't make any extra money and I'm stuck on the income and it's livable but it's difficult, but somehow I've managed to turn this, well, I don't make much money and all this, and I'm more comfortable now than I have in a lot of other ways, and I'm managing my money better. um I bought myself a new Christmas present today. Was it today? Yeah, it was today because I brought pizza. That's right. I went to the Home Depot and bought myself a new uh, Roybe 16-inch chainsaw and a new 14-inch chain for my current chainsaw. And you might say, well, Hawkeye, why are you doing that? Well, because I've got some really big ass trees that are down in the that are blocking my way to get back down to the river, and that 14 incher just won't get it. So I went ahead and bought a new chainsaw because the chainsaw I have is going on 3 years old, and I've cut a boatload of wood with it. It still fires up, it still runs, but the chainsaws I've had over the many years, if you get 3 years out of a chainsaw with me cutting wood like I do and stuff like that, that's good. Now people who just cut a little bit of wood and this and that, no, I was cutting a crap load of firewood, selling it for other people and so forth. So um, I haven't sold any to anybody else for a while. But and I don't really require that much. But I've got a lot of trees that were too big this year and need to be cut down, and I did cut them down. I want to get to the river, and there's some really big trees, and me and my neighbor would like to clear a better trail from his backyard to my backyard, and can't do it at that 14 incher. So I had planned on upgrading anyway. But um, the other thing is it's nice to have a one good running chainsaw, but like when I had an incident earlier this year and the chainsaw would not work, I was like, whoops, I need firewood. uh, 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 uh. So having a backup, and I love the Royve products and so forth and the way they run and have run. So I'm really happy with that. Uh, um, so I'd rather have two of them, especially with a longer bar. And this one comes with a hard case. That's nice. So, but Merry Christmas to me. I wasn't planning on anything else, but I do want to clear out the trails to get to the river. I do, I do need firewood, so okay, and it was only like 159 bucks for a brand new chainsaw and with a warranty and all. So hey, I'm good. And if it'll last me 2 years, $159 a year. If I had to buy a new chainsaw every year, but it cut all the firewood that I needed, but that would be my heating bill for the year would be $159. So okay. So the last one I bought was like, we'll say 125, and it's lasted me 2 good years working on the third, or is it working on the fourth? Anyway, too good. I think working on three or maybe the fourth. Anyway, so that'd be like 50, 100, 65 bucks a year if I broke down the cost of the chainsaw brand new over 2 years, right? So 70 bucks a year, okay, to cut all my firewood to keep me warm. $70, you know. If I was to have all gas or electric, it'd cost me a whole lot more than that once a year, you know what I mean? So people say, well, that's a lot of money. Well, yeah, but I got a chainsaw. Yeah, well, not everybody needs a chainsaw. And I get that, but I planned on this 40 years ago, that this was going to be my lifestyle, that I wasn't going to depend if if something happened and I couldn't pay the light bill, I got candles. I got kerosene. I got, solar now. I got other ways. If they, now my refrigerator, well, but I've been learning how to eat out of cans and things too, and and still get by. But to the point though, I have had those times where I had, didn't have electricity for 3 or 4 months because I was so poor, and it was like, situations from hell came during the '80s and stuff when I first got down here. And then my wife divorced me and all this other stuff. I lost a job, and da da da. Just crap happened, and I like to starve to death during them years and living down here by myself at the time after the divorce. But I managed to stick it out all these years, and it's all paid for. Still have to pay the taxes. Why is this important? Because there are a lot of people that have not planned well for their lives, and they're suffering. There's some folks that I knew. He was a few years older than me, so he was like 65. Went down to the bank and refinanced his home. I'm like, what? And he had already had like, 20 years and he upped it to a 30-year mortgage. He's 65 years old, ups his house. Now, whoever banker, they just knew that, well, he's going to die and they'll sell the house. They'll get their money one way or the other, right? But I was like, are you serious? What? But anyway, so my dear friends, John Lennon was a genius. You got to sprint. Oh, that's right. Then negative thought because you're late. Exactly. I pay $5 every each paycheck. See, I remember going to Chicago with a friend of mine back in like the early 70s. And remember, you know, listening to Jethro Tull and the Christmas song. And driving through the snow and listening to it. And I was like, so we don't have snow down here, one of the reasons I stay here. But um, we down sure got skaters in the summertime, though. Uh, Shut up, Jimmy, get down. Anyway, you know, there's critters all running all around here tonight. But and I can hear the song in my head, and I used to know it word for word, but yeah, Jethro Tull, and the it's called the Christmas song. And how can you laugh when your own mother's hungry? And how can you smile when your reason for smiling is wrong? Da 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 da, ba ba da ba ba da da da, and and be well if you wish. This is just my Christmas song. Anyway, like sort of like that, but anyway, Christmas song, yeah. Parts of the '70s was fun. Um, there was a lot of good vibes in the '70s, I gotta say, and even into the early '80s, it carried on. For example, there one of the things that I was a party to in Tampa, they used to have big gigs, and folks would hang out in Rowlett Park there in Tampa on the Hillsborough River, just literally right down from the dam. Well, my granny lived across the street from Rowlett Park, and where I grew up was just across Bush Boulevard, like just a few blocks away. So, Rowlett Park was, our stomping grounds as kids, because as long as we stayed within the park boundaries as kids, we could go to Granny's house and go to the park and travel all up and down the river and go down to the trestle and the ridge and as long as we stayed in the park. And we did. But we had this huge area. Well, anyway, when the hippie time come, they used to have bands down there in the park, and oh my God, some of the bands that played there, oh my God, you would just not believe. I mean, oh my God. And it wasn't because we was drunk or stoned, but then the hippie movement got a little too strong, and uh, when it first started, there were very few people who knew what weed was. I mean, and it kind of percolated in. It was really nasty, tasted bad. And I think we got high just because we thought about it. But then somewhere, I don't know, about like 6 weeks, 2 months in at the park, cops started busting folks. And you couldn't go to the park, and they couldn't do this, and so then, which is really crappy because it was right down the street from Granny's, across the street. Anyway, so but then the hippie folk were looking for places for the weekends to congregate. They were like many every weekend at the Tampa Jams and down in Rowlett Park, and before it got really, the cops moved in and threw everybody out. Um, but we had all seen Woodstock. Okay, the movie had come out, and every weekend was a mini Woodstock. I'm serious. I mean, people would show up in the park. They spent the night all night long until the police run them out. So then the Men's Garden Club opened up out at the airport. And because it was the airport and it was like right across the street, nobody gave a shit because it was at the airport. And the Men's Garden Club, back then, who cared? And so they would charge, I think it was like $5 for the day. Okay. And you got to come in. Of course, you could bring sodas or whatever you wanted. They had a place there where you could buy drinks, and there was a little stage set up, and folks would come in and jam, and they called it the Tampa Jams. Well, let me tell you, it started building up. And there were people that used to had layovers in Tampa right there at the airport. And, We woke up one night and everybody said, "That's Jimi Hendrix," and it was just before he died. And there was Greg Allman and some other folks who were there, and they just showed up. Like it'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning, and we're all sitting there, and the folks who are playing are like really top notch. It's none of this shitty stuff and blah blah. No, we wouldn't put up with it. But the folks that were showing up were really good musicians, and the guy from uh, I can't remember his name, but the guy from Mississippi Queen, um, I now can't even think of the band, but anyway, um, they would show up at the oddest times, but they would literally play music until if there wasn't anybody else to play, then they just walked off the stage and they let the lights on. There were people passed out all around, but there was a sort of like a bamboo kind of fence kind of thing, so you couldn't see in like all the way around this thing. It was the men's garden club, and there are a lot of folks that thought, was this like a nudist colony kind of men's garden club, because it didn't look like there was much gardening going on, but we never really thought of it back then. But when they locked the gates, you couldn't see in, you know and they didn't let the cops in because once you paid, it was a private club, and as long as nobody was disturbing anybody, they had no right to come in. So man, I mean, uh you know um I don't remember. There were some tussles, a couple of tiffs, but the people who came didn't want any kind of fighting or nothing like that. It was like, hey man, if you want it, why don't you just ask? There were people passing out. They would inject acid into watermelons, and they'd slice the watermelon up and pass it around to until the watermelon was gone. It was like Merry Christmas. But anyway, so my dear friends, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and I know you got better things to do than to hang out with me at this point, maybe. But um, yeah, as far as the wood splitter, I've worked them, and for me personally, and how I've learned how to just chop firewood, uh, there are more motions in putting the log in, splitting it, picking the pieces up, and doing it again. In that it's just as easy for me. Plus, I don't have a log splitter to just use them all. You know, I don't have to worry whether or not it's running, whether or not it's got gas, whether I don't have to lift the log up to put it in the thing when I can just put my log on a. I find a piece of wood that it's like like a piece of railroad tie or something, and a big piece of wood. And so it's not very high off the ground, but it's off the ground. So I put my logs on it to split. And it's because this lifting and toting. And if you miss and you knock it over, then you got to pick it up again. And so I've learned how to minimize that kind of stuff. And it's to me to have a log splitter. Now, if I live further north and I was always and I was as dependent on wood as I am now, I would probably have a log splitter. I would say that. But where I'm living at now, it's just not worth it. It ain't. But anyway, my dear friends, Merry Christmas, you know. And Greenie, did you get your card? Did I finish up, Barry? Did I? And I kind of got a little stoned and tired here. So, but um, I will be back soon to do another night of card readings as before the first of the year. Since I've been at it so long tonight, I had anticipated maybe doing it tonight, like the 25th. But since I've been here now, I don't know if I could do 2 nights in a row. So um, I might have to put this off for a couple more nights. But anyway, here was a freebie tonight or this morning. So I hope everybody has a good as day as possible. Find joy in it somewhere. Eat some pizza, you know. If it breaking tradition is all right, but for those folks who grumble because they have to go to visit family, be grateful that you have family that you can go to, please. And just, grumpy grandpa, let him be grumpy and go give him a hug. Mountain was the name of the group. Absolutely. Thank you, Barry. Yeah. And I want to say the guy's name was Leslie or something, or anyway, but um, yeah, I'm tired and I have forgotten a lot. But I saw them play in Tampa. Mountain opened for Jethro Tull at the convention center in Tampa in like 71 or something. I mean, early in their career, and had was barely out of high school myself. Uh, So things going okay, Lady Spitfire? I mean, as good as possible. Keep it between the ditches. Same thing with you too, Chloe. I know y'all come to mind several times in my daily activities or whatever. And I know it's been a couple hours since I mentioned this, but um, I was talking about that somehow recently my sending love and joy and whatever, prayers out to the universe. It seems like there's a little something extra, and I can't figure out what it is. It's maybe because I've been doing card readings. Maybe we all have connected over the last few years or months or however long some of you have been here, but to the point that we have made a connection in such a way that I know I feel differently connected to the universe. Um, and it's kind of sort of hard to figure out just how to put it in some kind of quantitative position, like on a scale of 1 to 10. Well, wait a minute. So there's, stop it. But it's the idea though that maybe it's the energies. I'm I kind of feel that part of it has to do with these energies. But in being eating humble pie for myself, I got I there are times when they make me stop and realize you just you've just earned a couple of, brownie points here for yourself, not for anybody else, but because I've learned a certain thing. I've reached a certain point in whatever it is, my understanding. And a lot of times it's my explanation to y'all about something. They say, okay, you get 1 point for being able to describe this subject. Well, okay. And so here's another subject. Here's 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 what you got to do this week. Okay. So depending on how I do, I get a point, right? And so I'm not doing it for the points, but if I fulfill my obligation, it's kind of like, okay, you did a good job. Here's a point. So, and then all of a sudden, for me, because I ain't counting points, right? Don't care. But I know that it counts in whatever way that they're counting, because I still don't understand it. But, so then I have, talked subjects, done things, have, done cards, whatever it might be. And then all of a sudden I wake up and it's like it's sort of like but not quite like if I was in a video game and I went and reached one of them coins and you get extra energy or something. It's sort of like that in that um and it's not necessarily that you've reached like another stage, but it is. And it's sort of like, well, how long have I equate this to like a teacher in school? So, Mr. Jones, How long have you been teaching it, at Papa High School, Well, son, I've been teaching here at this Papa High School ever since I was like 90 years old. Well, how old are you now there, Well, 190 now. I've been here 100 damn years. You believe that shit? But anyway, but in that of the spirit, it's like, so, wait a minute. So you just, after doing whatever it is long enough, if you stay out of the crap and, stop with hating and other things, it's just you have lived another year or 6 months. And it's just like, I don't know, whatever it is, I know it's different and to the good side. And so I'm sharing that joy with y'all. Card readings were free tonight. I'm sorry. That just tickles the shit out of me. And I don't know why. But, as I sit here, it's a different frequency, more done entirely each time. Um, yeah, and if you've noticed, especially for those folks who've been around me around a little while, it has been my solemn goal that no matter how crappy it is, we got to find something to bring us joy. No matter what it is, we have got to find joy in our lives. And if joy ain't there, then we got to go find happy. And if happy that ain't there, then maybe we should go from gay. Eh, you know, in my best foghorn leghorn, it's a joke, son. It's a joke. Foghorn leghorn, the big rooster. I'll say that. I'll say it's a joke, son. It's a joke. I don't know what it is with that boy, but anyway, so to kind of go back some stuff that I discussed here for some of you who were late from the early part of this, but in the discussion, um, the more we keep joy in our hearts, even through the hard times. I mean, some of the people in the concentration camps and prison camps and was had studied like uh, Andersonville, which is up the road here, not too far from where I live, within 100 miles. And Andersonville was one of the worst, Civil War prison camps, and how many prisoners in this small encampment, and what they had, and what the people in around Andersonville. These are like teenage boys and girls and stuff, and trying to fend for themselves, starving. But anyway, so I think sometimes about what other people have endured and what we're enduring right now. Is there any comparison? And not in a lot of ways, right? And so, do any of us really want to do that? No. But are there people suffering? Yes. The answer is yeah. But there are people suffering, though, that in this day and time, they don't know how to get out of their situation. They just don't. There are some homeless people that really don't want to go, and they really honestly like being homeless. They like living out. Just, and there are some folks that they don't want a house and a thing, or to live in an apartment building. No. Um. Now there are people who become homeless because of situations, but I knew someone who at one time was probably with properties and everything in Atlanta and down here in the South and a couple of other places, was probably worth at least $1 million. And I'm not lying, because they were into property and this and that and so forth. But then the housing market started to fall. So sold a house in Atlanta, sold one over here, and they did with there. Then there was one down here and one over here. And by the time it was done, because of her lifestyle, um, she couldn't see the writing on the wall that maybe if you sell that house, You should like quit spending like you're a millionaire, because the properties they had in Atlanta and around were easily worth over $1 million, combined. Easy, easy, easy. In fact, there's one of them in Atlanta was probably worth 1 million, but it got foreclosed and this and that, and she lost it all. Lost it all. Was living she was living on a street in Atlanta, and she came to visit me down here, and she was like, "I need somebody to help me. I need to say." I said, "Look, for what it is that I have, it's paid for. You are welcome to stay here." And she said, I could only stay the night at your house. It's too, I'd rather live on the street." And she left, and I ain't heard no more about it. And she was like ready to commit suicide, jump off a building or something. I mean, she had gone nuts because of everything that she had lost. And I was like, and I kept trying to show her, like, listen, you still got it good. You have all this knowledge, you have all these people, and you've pushed them away. All the contacts you've had in Atlanta and in Columbus and over here. People in Savannah. People in Augusta. People all over. You've been all over the state buying and selling properties, and you can't find a job. Well, I'm used to this. Okay. So, Gilligan's Island, Miss what's her name? Hathaway? No. Um, but anyway, you know what I mean. And like, oh, lovey dear, sorry, honey. If you're gonna choose between, well, I don't know, I used to make $50 an hour. Okay, you're making zero now. Well, somebody wants me to work under them, but they only want to pay me $25 an hour. I'm worth more than that. And they know it. And so you don't go to work for them because of that? Are you serious? I mean, really? Yep. And lived on the street. I'm sorry. After a while, I don't care. I mean, I literally, a friend of mine said, "Well, don't you care about her?" And I said, "I tried. I cared about it. I mean, to the point, I mean, literally lost sleep and worried and, would do anything to try to help her out of her situation." And then when I found out what she told me, one of the last times I saw her, I was like, "You want to go live on the street? Adios. Adios." She thought that she was making a sacrifice by, the house she was living in was only worth $750,000, and she had downsized. And oh, woe is me! My house is only worth, three-quarters of $1 million, and I have to slum. Give me a break. So I have no. I think that she has met her end. Because in asking my spirits, like, whatever happened to her, you know, they were like, she lost. She gave in. But she let ego take over, quite simply, in that she was so full of her own ego and her own pride. But she was really good at what she did, okay? And she really did, when the market was right, they really were worth that much money, okay? That is all honest and true, and they made it legitimately. Built spec houses, and she was into real estate and had her license, and made it legit. But because of ego and standards and whatever, I wouldn't be caught. And you want me to ride in a Volkswagen? What? No, I have to have my Beamer. I was like, what? You know, you can't get a Chevy. I have to have my BMW, which was like 70 grand or something like that at the time, because it's been a few years back. But you had to have her Beamer, and a backup car was like, almost. Anyway, excellent. A lot of keys don't work on the way. My mom does that dumb but she don't like live on the street. But that's her excuse as to why she won't work. She's worth more and is only willing to work. Pain in my side. If you've got a lump in someplace, you need to go get it checked out by somebody. I think my point in this is that going into this next year, I still have hope for these people. But we have to, if they get hit with this energy wave, what's going to happen to them folk? And I've known some very intelligent people that just gave up, you know? Um, and I continue to pray for them folks, you know? I continue to hope that somehow they'll find a way. But, in towns like San Francisco, where they're crapping on the streets and on the sidewalks, and people, that's just insanity. And how easy it would be to put up some public toilets. They say Paris is like that. I've had some friends of mine that went to Paris, some artist folks over the years, and they go, Paris is in places is nasty. People just urinate here and there. Of course, New York's like that, So, but what's the deal? Well, if the people in the cities would understand, you know, um, I got a bladder problem. And if I went to New York and I couldn't find a bathroom, I'm going to find a corner to whiz in. Why? Because I've had to do it in the past. And I'm probably going to be, because of my age and my prostate and all that good stuff, I'm probably going to have to do it again. Okay. But so why not put, you know, public toilets, simple public toilets out for people, and they literally wouldn't have to put up with that shit, you know? Oh no, we shouldn't have to be responsible. Why not? You're a city. There are people who live here. People have to defecate and urinate. Why not provide simple little, porta johns at certain places, so if people who can't get into a place can no, 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 no. So you make them go on the street. They have made these people do these things. My smart city would have porta johns for folks, you know, and they would be classic or something, And there are some places that do have those kinds of things, but they say there's no remedy. Bullshit. I'm seriously bullshit. There's a remedy. They just did it. Well, why should we provide that? Because it's a human need, I mean, in a lot of ways, some of these great cities of today are as bad as the medieval times in the old days when people's toilets literally on the upstairs hung out the over the streets, and when you took a dump it literally went straight out, and down onto the street below, and people would throw their honey pots out and just dump them in the streets. And so, well, what's that? Well, if there are people who can't get to a commode and they're dumping and so forth on the streets, and they say, well, there's no remedy. These people, why should society needs to take, there are so many simple solutions to some of these things. But why should we provide for because they don't have a place to go? Because it's a common courtesy? Because there are people on this planet and we all poop and pee. Come on, think about it. I'm sorry, Well, you go into Moultrie or someplace like that. You can't, for a person that has issues, there's no place that you can go. You have to try to find a place, and well, we don't have restrooms, and this is, but and that there's no place to go. Okay, I have to plan my trips. If I have to quote go to a bathroom, I got to plan it so there's a store on the way that I can go to the restroom. That's horrible, because there's no place to go. And don't want to, but if I'm stuck someplace, I have learned over the years. I have a small um, washing liquid, for washing clothes, a small uh, one of those, and it had a spout in it that I pulled out, and it's got a lid that I can close on it, and it's got a hole big enough that there are some things that it's hard to try to hit that hole. Don't care. It ain't about size, it's about hitting the hole. But so I got this wide mouth thing that with a lid detergent bottle. And so for dire emergencies, I got that. And unfortunately, there's been too many times where I've had to use it, but women don't have that same priority or ability or whatever, right? So, but the idea that society does not deem it necessary to provide any public toiletries as a convenience for the populace of the world. You know what I mean? What? We Has society advanced or are we backing up? You know what I mean? And in my new society, they would rethink this. You know what I mean? They would just rethink this and provide some basic needs and necessities, just for the citizens of their towns and communities. I mean, come on. For example, there's a beautiful park, okay? Kids want to go there and play, okay? But here's a beautiful park with no bathroom. Not one, not a porta john, not a nothing. Okay. So come on down, play in the park. Now it's in the black section, by the way. No bathrooms, no porta johns, no nothing. So the kids, have to walk blocks to get to the park. So as you're a kid and you're going to have to go to, there's no facilities because it's the black side of town. It's the poor kids. But on the other side of town, where some of my taxes goes to pay for this stuff, they're locked, and there's a guard that comes by, and there's a fence around the park, and there's toilets there, really, but not on the other side down the road where the floor side. No, not a toilet, not a porta john, not a nothing. But you go to the right side of town a little ways, all these conveniences. I have bitched about this for a long time. It's here in our county. It's in Moultrie. There are some divisions within that town. I swear this old, old, old money. And some of these folks, they do not want to give in. Them poor folk don't care what color they is. If they poor folk, tough shit. They just poor. So, okay, I made up my mind to make it to 420, and it's almost there. I worry it need re. Um, is it like a shunt kind of deal? Um, it sounds for me, and my folks upstairs are saying a blockage of some sort. And I saw it before you described the reimplantation. That may be my guys are saying that same thing. But it may be just a blockage that could be corrected. They got these little devices that go into places, then act like a rotor rooter, and you may not need to be re-implanted, but there could very well, if you've had trouble with it, it could very well, be acting up. tube that carries the urine to the bladder to the kidneys. Yep, I understand. I had a similar blockage years ago, and I didn't have problems as a kid. And I went with Mullen oil. I've talked about that before, and but it cleared my kidney issues and stuff right up. Man, I'm here to tell you. But um, if you can get a hold of some Mullen oil in the interim, it won't hurt you. I'm here to tell you, and it might cure anything else that might ail you. But um, um, I would definitely have it checked out, especially if you had issues with it as a child. These things can come back, and there are some other folks that I know that had issues as children, and at the age of, you say you're 40 ish, yeah, okay, you're 40 years old. That about your age or 45, stuff just weird. Well, they fix it, blah blah blah. I'm just saying, weird stuff happens at around your age. I know it did with me and some other folks I know. So not to scare you younger folks, but there are changes within the body that happens at I hit it right on the nose. 420. 420 Christmas morning here on Hawkeye Radio, coming to you from Southwest Georgia, the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. We're live and in color, I think. And anyway, we love you all, but it's 420 in the morning time, and all our prayers are going out to all y'all. And just try to find some joy in today. And if you can't find joy, then go look for some fun. And if you can't find fun, then go find happy. And if happy's too happy and drunk under the bar, then go anyway. So, but just if you find something fun to do, dang it. If you're by yourself and sitting around and moping around, that just ain't no good. That ain't gonna cut it now. So if you have to, cut some cheese and leave the room. And you know, anyway, my dear friends, I love you all. Thank you for who you are. And I believe that next year is going to be a good year, simply because I believe it. I know that sounds a little hokey, and um, I, you know, there could be storms and floods and whatever, but I'm still going to believe that next year is going to be a good year, and I'm just going to keep it in my heart, and that ain't going to sweat the big stuff nor the small stuff. I asked to need to go looking for the pass it on my. Yeah, implant me. I've had some other folks that have had similar issues. They have internal buzzers that go off in them and stuff, and you can see it under the skin. And I had a lady friend of mine that we dated several years, and then I had my accident, and I really don't know what happened between us. But very nice lady, but she had something implanted under the skin and wired up to a thing or something, and to help control her bladder and stuff, and she was always having issues with it, and I always had to reset it. And it was like under her skin. And, people like got these, implants and stuff. And I'm like, holy crap. I knew a friend of mine lived up around Ashburn, Georgia, and that had seizures. And so, but we were sitting there having dinner one Sunday. I was invited up there, and we were all, communicating and having a great day and everything, and I kept noticing that this, uh, It was my friend's brother, his wife. Okay, so anyway, I'm sitting there and we're having a conversation and eating chicken or barbecue or whatever we was doing, and his wife's sitting there, and all of a sudden her head nodded just a little bit, and I mean, I thought she was had dropped something like a fork or something, and she like looked down for a second. All of a sudden, she went bzzz, like this and jumped up, scared the shit out of me. And she's got an implant in her that stimulates the back of her brain. And it was like, whatever. And it was, oh, honey, I think the setting's too high. And I was like, what? Well, she has seizures and she has this implant and we can adjust it by this little knob here. And I was like, you're kidding. I'm sorry. I don't want, well, don't you have seizures and stuff? I was like, yeah, but they ain't putting that shit in me. So, but this idea of artificial AI kind of, this, uh, transhumanism. If you go to the point where people have all these implants of sorts to control body functions and this, that, and the other thing, transhumanism has been going on since the 80s. People think this is like a new deal. Nope. you know and all these other new little things that they're hooking up and you can do with this and you can adjust it with your cell phone. I mean, like, um and well, it just goes under the skin, no problem. Well, my dear friend had problems all the damn time, and one of our issues was that she couldn't be far from a certain hospital because they were the only ones that could um do whatever. They were the only ones that had a machine that could go in and reset it if it went wonky on her. And so I was like, "You mean you could get electrocuted by this thing?" Yeah. And she was, at times it would go off, and she was like, "I can't turn it off," and her whole leg because it was implanted in her hip. And I was like, "This is nuts." Well, it's and she thought it was the best solution for her and her condition. God bless her. I really love this lady. And but situations and old age and conditions, did not work well for us, which is truly a shame. But anyway, and then I got my head banged again. That didn't help our situation any, but to the point that I know people, if she's still alive and around, but I have known or know people who have these implants and things and stuff, and it's like, ain't that like trying to turn people into robots kind of thing if you're implanting them with all this stuff? I mean, hip transplants and, uh, knee transplants and all this other kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, aren't we kind of going in? Haven't we already been in that direction for a while? Several of my friends have had knee operations. Well, they don't put real knees back in, they put this other stuff in, and the hernia mesh and the this and the that. And oh my God, right? So, where we go from here? Not a clue. Not honestly, not a clue. Except let's do the best we can, stay as healthy as we can. And the card readings tonight are saying, stay strong. Remember, we are all a part of this. Look at the bigger picture, and to sum things up, also, to be the observer, the true observer, and being the observer of yourself and being brutally honest in whatever you need to. Like, there were so many little tiny issues I had going on in my head, little fears and this and that, and it was clogging up my, the pathway to the true messages, as Hawk brings, to bring true messages. And was focused on little tiny fears and things, and couldn't hear the messages. So only you can make that determination. But here's the thing, especially for people like me that have had brain injuries, and I know some of you have, um, it's going to continue. So there are times when you have to reevaluate and you go, wait a minute, hang on. I think I'm having one of those brain parts. Let me just, it's just like a minor adjustment in your, in your frequency tuning, but you become aware of it. That's one of the things that being around and getting old and becoming a wise person is is that you recognize, whoops, here's one of these things I just need to alter my frequency a little bit here because things around me have changed. It's not that I have changed, but like when I went to town today and was looking for this and that, which used to be there, ain't there. So it's like, well, being frustrated and kicking the dirt don't help. You just have to adjust. My favorite road I used to turn around, but they put these dead gum um, speed bumps in and stop lights and things, and it's like it used to be a shortcut for me. Not anymore. So I had to find another route. But anyway, so there life is going to have adjustments. We just got to, it's a fact. No matter where we live, no matter what we do. Now, out here in the country, there are fewer changes, but the closer I get to town, the more changes. You know what I'm saying? So the closer into congested areas, the more you have to, but y'all know that already. So, but what do we decide for the future? That we all get along, that we can find common ground, and that if there's really a prayer out there, that this energy wave is honest to God, this time really going to come this year? Seriously? Wow. I've been waiting a long time because they've been saying it's going to happen for a long time, but I can't get the feeling out of me that for some reason it really seems more serious this time than at any other time in the past. So I pass that bit of information on. It's an observation, but it's also a feeling too. So, and a lot of strange things that are just kind of pointing in ways that like they never pointed in that direction before. I hope you're able to get help comfort. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Go to another doctor. I went to one doctor and he was trying to treat me, and I went to another one. And it was like, well, whoever told that, they're an asshole. You shouldn't do it. And try this, and within 2 weeks you're better. So be careful. Yeah, lady, go see a secondary. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm my adopted mother Bessie. She, at about that age, her insides went nuts, and by the time she passed away, 10 years later, after they first diagnosed her, they had taken almost every organ out of her. Okay, and she went through pain and treatments, and that is no way to live. Okay, and it started at about 40 to 45, somewhere in there. So that's what I'm saying, especially women. And here's something else. You know, I've talked about plastic bottles, but there are, you ladies stick stuff up inside you that's made from God knows what, and you put it like right up inside you where all those membranes and blood vessels are. I understand it's necessary, but, you know, um, has anybody ever done a study about the long term effects on women and uterine cancer and so forth from Tempex, from tampons, from these insertions? And that it's all, I have wondered that for a long time. But have any of you ladies heard of long term studies of tampon use between women and so forth, and anything related to uterine cancer, or not just uterus, but other issues, because it's inside you with blood vessels, and it could whatever could affect you, could not necessarily just stay in the uterus, but go to other places. So I'm just asking. If I had to insert something in me once a month or several times during a month, I would have already asked that question. I mean, but and I'm a guy, but you know, I have wondered that for a long time. So anyway, um, I know guys aren't supposed to think those kinds of things, but with the amount of women that I've seen, and a dear friend of mine recently, I was talking about, that I knew her when she was a little child, kind of thing. She had to have, complete hysterectomy. She's like 25 years old. Couldn't stop bleeding, couldn't have, had to have it, and she was like, they were asking me and say, because of my age, they want to know whether or not this is a good idea. She goes like, I'm hurting all the time, I'm bleeding all the time, I'm got, and they're asking me if I want to, if I'm sure if I want to have this operation. And she was like, yeah. So, but when I think about what happened with her recently, just within these last couple of months, and what happened to Bessie, my adopted mother, or she, not really a stepmother, but anyway, and that she started out with a hysterectomy, and then this turned to that, that turned to that, turned to that, that ended up taking her stomach and her this and her, you know, um, so I got to say though, she was a fighter, um, but there was a dark halo around her when she passed. So anyway, but um, regardless of that though, for you ladies and the things and the cancers and the this and the that's and the stuff, I still wonder, do you really know what's on them things? Uh, seriously, what if that those tampon, are contaminated with anything and you stick it way up inside you? I know it's necessary, but man, having worked in production and so forth in manufacturing and the different types of things they use to like clean there's a Pampers factory up in Albany, and have been in the factory several times and watched the process and so forth, and they take the this and it does of that, and I scratch my head and go, you know won't that hurt the baby's bottom? Well, no, it's a thing and blah blah blah, we've tested it and all that. So you tested it on babies bottoms, and if their bottoms reacted to it, you changed. Oh my God, and come to find out that because I used to do puppet shows there, they've got a child center that, for anybody that works at the plant, it's a free service. So you can drop your kid off anytime. If you get called in the middle of the night to work third shift, you can bring your kid in to drop them off. They've got places for them to sleep and beds. It's all really nice. And so, but they do this for their employees. But then to find out on some of the younger children that any of the Pampers and stuff are provided by the company, are they're also these babies were the test subjects. I was like, what? Yeah, but the parents all agreed. Well, it saved me money, and I trust the company I work for and all that. Okay, but did you know they were testing baby diapers on your kids? While you left them there at the, did you know that? Well, they said. All right, y'all. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. No, it's 4:30 something. Santa Claus ain't been here. So I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call Mrs. Claus on my cell phone because it's still charged. And I'm gonna complain to the main elf, and that that Insanity Claus has not quite made it here to my house. But I hope that Insanity Claus makes it to your place and to all the people that you love and care for, and that everybody have a blessed day, and that find joy in your heart somehow. It tends to be the protocol if you're under the, especially if you don't have any children. Toxic shock? Is that what you meant instead of shop? I understand. Hey, Travis, you just woke up? Well, I'm fixing to go to bed. Yeah, I said that like 2 hours ago, and then I've been on here for 6.5 hours. Yep, SD. Well, the the type of pads that they make for you ladies to go on the outside, that's one thing. I mean, compared to putting it inside you, injecting this stuff, inside a very porous, area versus the outside. So, the Kotex kind of thing and all the little patty things that will go on the outside, if I were a woman, as inconvenient as it might be, I would not be putting stuff in me on a regular basis. I just wouldn't. And so, but the ladies have their own choices, but uh, but to the cotton cloth thing, and sponges, yeah, but they do have some products that are very absorbent and all that really good stuff. They've made some they've got these gels and things that absorb, but to put it in me, nope. Outside, okey doke. If I was bleeding real bad, I'm you know somebody who was staying here before had left some feminine pads here, right? And somebody said, "Why do you keep them?" And I said, "Why not? If somebody visited me and for some reason they needed one really bad, and they were like, well, what if a woman never comes to your house and never needs one?" And I said, "Well, they're also good if you get cut real bad, and they work as a tourniquet. You can use these things have more than one, thing. I mean, if I had banged my head or something and I couldn't. I said I'd take the wrapper off that thing and wrap it around my head in a heartbeat. You mean you'd put a Kotex on a wound? Yep, it's a sanitary napkin. Why not use it as a bandage if I needed it? So, there are feminine napkins in the bathroom right now because of that reason right there. I have cut myself and been cut and seen blood spurt out of my body in places I'd rather not. And but to the point though, you know, why throw? They're still good. They're still in the package. They're still in the box. I'm keeping them. I'm going to keep them until further notice. Yeah. One of the things that has bothered me about this new Ovid thingy, the new Omicron crony thingy, um, and is that they have these cotton swabs that they shove up your nostril, and that I have I'm literally wondering if these people are being given it by the cotton swabs, that they've already been contaminated, and they, in order to keep it going, they're oh, coach was surprised that he had the new one and such and such and such and such and blah 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 blah. Where'd he get it? Nobody knows. Ain't nobody around him sick. Nobody that was around him before. Nobody since. Nobody else's. But he got it because he was tested. So are the tests bad? My other concern has been you ain't shoving no cotton swab up my nose as far as some people say they've had. Nuh-uh. No, and what if you and the people who are doing this, well, they don't know if the cotton swabs are good or bad. They're just given to people. Here, use these to test those. Okay, so you get a bunch of Q-tips, right, or whatever they're doing with them, and do you know what's on them, or how they've been prepared, or if they've been? Well, no, these are good. They're in a sanitary. Yeah, but so. So my point to some of this is that the the way this new thing is being spotty It's not fitting any patterns. It's just not. It's just, oh, there's three people over here, and over that, and somebody got it, and they got to this. Really? And with nobody around them, there's nobody else. Well, they've all been vaccinated. Well, so was this person, but they got the new variant. Well, but you know what I'm saying? Just because they have to be tested all the time. So by being tested, are they being given it? I don't trust them. Not worth a damn. You know, you ain't sticking it up my nose. I'm sorry. I might, but I'm still going to be a little leery because some of these people are fucking crazy. Period. I love you. Merry Christmas. Have a great day. Eat some pizza. I've got leftover pizza. I love cold pizza. So, but Travis, good to see you back. Esty, it's good to see you. Chloe, thank you for hanging out with me and being around. And I know we put everybody else to sleep, and you know, poor Barry's phone batteries ran out, and he's probably snoring with the thing by his head. I love him to death. I love you all I do. So, for however it may be for you, if you have a chance to share any part of today or the next couple of days, with any kind of family member or friend or whatever, do so. And just smile and be happy. Don't worry, be happy, man. So until the next time we meet, be safe. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of two, which for me and Duggar is a good bet, every time we go outside to chase the cats and critters in the yard, we continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And in that law of three, which is just cool to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe, and that you continue to reject the chaos that comes into your life. May you have a blessed day. Um, Keep up the good work. Keep smiling and styling and profiling. I say we will make this coming year a good year. We will continue to learn to accept and receive with each and every one of you. We're sharing information and energies, and I'm very proud to know all of you. And I, I talk about this. It's not an experiment, but in the social experiment of that, we gather here whenever I come on and we share and whatever. It to me has been a wonderful thing. I thank you for this year. I, I I'm praying and really looking forward to next year. And for all of you, us being friends continuously, into the future, and that anybody else that's out there hanging around, like some folks that dropped in recently, like tonight, and did a first card reading, was super, right? So you never know, another potential long-term family member, right? And so and they're accepted, and it's up to them to come back. But not picking on this person, by the way, but anybody who shows up or who might be out there and not so much interested in typing in the chat room or whatever, we love you. Thank you so much. And my dear friend Kathy from Tampa Catholic, and from we literally have known each other like almost all of our damn lives, because I think we've first or second grade at most Holy Redeemer, and we were you know um, graduated Tampa Catholic. So, we went through grade school and high school together. And God bless her. I really mean it. She's done some wonderful things for folks over the years. And I was having a bad time after one of my headbang accidents, and had literally was going off the rails and nuts. And when all other folks were being cruel and mean to me, Kathy um um, wasn't. Okay. I think there was a time when I'd posted something on Facebook. I think she actually sent me some money or something, like $20 or $30 in the mail or something. I mean, and that was one of the times when I almost lost the property. And between my head and stuff, and I was not doing well. And folks were, and here's the thing: people who knew me kind of sort of before was like, well, he should be able to take care of this, and just kind of passed me over. Later, Barry, I'm I know you are, and I'm fixing to go, but I just wanted to say, and I thanked Kathy when she was here, but there was this really nasty portion of where I was trying to find myself, and my brain was so messed up from the accident and from the medicines they were giving me. And she was one of the people that yeah, she's not on here now, but if she were to come back, but and I would tell her to her face too, and I did. I have written her several things when I was on Facebook before, and have always thanked her for her participation in just being there and sticking her hand in and going, hi Dave, how you doing, Merry Christmas. A lot of other folks would just not do that. And to me, she is a genuine person. You know what I mean? And she genuinely cares for people. And it's hard to find those kind of people, but she's one of them. And with her kindness, she didn't owe me anything. We've known each other for a long time, but she didn't owe me anything. But to give me just kindness when I was really whacked out, was really what I needed, instead of everybody going, you get better, better. When actually, I was really having serious neurological issues, and people were just pushing me off to the side, like, well, you should know better and you should have better control. But I didn't. That was my problem. And I knew I didn't have control. And I knew as I, but nobody wanted to pay attention. And they just kind of push off to the side. So I had to figure it out for myself. But she was one person, though, that didn't chide me, or, she would kind of like, are you okay? Are you sure? And, in a nice, motherly, caring way, instead of picking on me like, or ignoring me like some other folks did and still do. But God bless her. And so, there are, she's another person that proves to me that there are true human beings on this planet, that not everybody's mean and not everybody's trying to do that. Have She's a kind, nice person. And my friend Marceau, who passed away, she was a kind, nice person. And some other people that I've known have been, I'm very lucky and blessed to have known these very kind, nice people. So if I can, I try to emulate my life to be a kind, nice person. Yeah. So you know, and I'll know when I get to the other side if I did any good or not. You know what I mean? But I love you all, and thank you. Uh, Cheers, Merry Christmas. And we're gonna have a Happy New Year, one way or the other. And I'm gonna, by the way, for those of you still hanging on, I'm gonna try to do the a fire outside. And if anybody's hanging around for New Year's and ain't got nothing to do, I'm thinking about just going outside and building a fire and doing a live stream here on the property. So, but anyway, I love you. Have a good day, and have fun. Brick, see you, Barry. Love you, Chloe, Esty. It's always good to see you. And anybody else out there in the background, have a great day, honest, and share it if you can. And if somebody's hungry, feed them. Even if it's some crackers, I guess. But until next time, my dear friends, bye. See you later, Travis. Y'all keep up the good work. Cheers.